Hello everyone, my name is Steven Zapata, greatest living draftsman, and I've got a new course out, Design Fundamentals. It's meant to help you understand design on a comprehensive and principled level and show you how to run projects that build skills and contribute to a portfolio. Maybe you want to be a concept artist, an illustrator, a fine artist, or just the most badass hobbyist on your block. Whatever you want to do with art, if you ever want to do anything vaguely original, you need to understand design. You need a process and a mental framework for getting to something new rather than just copying what you've seen before or photos of stuff that already exists. If you do want to improve at design, that process, that mental framework, it does exist. It's based on the principles of design, and I've spent the past year, wait, is it more than a year? Oh my God, this took forever. I've spent the past whatever putting this course together, full of my insights into the elements of art and the principles of design. Across 10 assignments in this course, you will be concepting your own imagined video game. You'll come up with the overall idea, you'll pick a theme, you'll write a treatment, and you'll design assets that give you a chance to practice all these new concepts. And at the end, all of these individual assignments come together into a cohesive final image. When I designed this syllabus, I wanted to make the course I wish I had taken back in my first year of school. And I did. If I was asked to teach Design 1 at Art Center today, I would just play these videos as my lectures, and this is the same cohesive, practical, fun assignment I would make the students do all semester. Also, just like a college course, everyone gets my feedback on all 10 assignments. In the exclusive course community, you can post your work to get feedback from me and your peers, and there's even a video workroom that's always open so you can hang out together while you work. So if you're interested, go to zapatacourses.com/designfundamentals and check it out. And I will see you on the other side of the mystical gateway of design.
Come in. Oh,
Hello, Joseph, is it?
hi, Dr. Zapata. Yes, Joe. How are you?
I'm well. What seems to be the problem, Joe?
Well, I'm having difficulty drawing from imagination.
Oh, Joseph, just so you know, that's totally normal. Why don't you tell me a little more about your problem? Is it that you can only draw from imagination if you're completely alone?
Doc, I can't ever draw from imagination.
What about if you're completely relaxed?
When I'm totally relaxed, I can't imagine a thing.
I see. Joseph, it's important to know that even with severe cases like this, there's always hope. I can prescribe an experimental therapy called Form from Imagination.
Form from imagination?
Mm-hmm. It's early days, but clinical trials are extremely promising. Why don't you try this for 6 months and then check back in with me?
Okay, I'll do whatever it takes. Did you just draw this?
Oh yeah.
Wow, it's amazing. Hey, Doc, do you ever have trouble drawing from imagination?
Oh no.
You wouldn't. I mean, you do this.
That's right.
Wow.
Form from Imagination is an experimental therapy and is not yet approved for use by the FDA. Do not use Form from Imagination if you are already taking any prescriptions for drawing from reference, working side size, or tracing photos you didn't even take. Stop taking Form from Imagination if you experience any of these side effects: loss of interest in your personal projects, megalomaniacal self-confidence, hallucinations, unless they're the kind you're hoping for, drawing better than Steven Zapata, or feelings that purchasing the course was enough and you don't really need to do the exercises. Call your doctor if you have stiff gestures, flat forms, or boring ideas to address a possible life-threatening condition. Full sketchbooks have been reported with form from imagination and medicines like it. Other risks include long-term art careers, too many clients, and being worth more than you're charging for. Call your doctor today and ask about form from imagination. Yo. Another day of drawing. Here we are. Hello to Anrud, Bonsal, Hemisphere Cinema, who is actually Eye Nocturne, Abel DePazzo, Round Brush, Jojo 2520, the sweet Cody Paints, and Round Brush. Wait, I think I double said hello to Round Brush, so let me just go to the log here and deduct one from Round Brush. Make sure I don't say hi to them next time. Okay, we're good. Let's see, do we have any new patrons since the last stream, which was only a couple days ago? We do. We have one new patron since the last stream, if I'm not mistaken. We have Ariel Hill. Ariel Hill. Ariel, thank you so much. Ariel, thank you so much for supporting the Patreon, supporting the channel, what we do here. And what we do here is we sketch, usually myself in various permutations in a sci-fi future. That's usually what we sketch around here. I've just decided I'm saying the full name that people sign up with, because you can just use a handle when you sign up for Patreon and people don't, so I'm assuming they're all right with me shouting out their whole name. If that's not the case, let me know. I'd love to learn. I'd love to learn more. I would love to be super educated on these topics and other topics. But yeah, thank you, Ariel Hill. Obviously, you are a utterly unique and perfectly manufactured, glorious, noble armor that I found on an archaeological dig. It was totally anachronistic. It made no sense that I would have found it in that part of the world, in that strata of stone, but I rolled the great boulder aside and there you were, glistening with colors that could hardly be explained. Some would say that they were ultraspectral, alien to the human eye, but for some reason, I could see them as they rolled like waves over your perfect, almost brand new surface. I knew that you and I were one. And I certainly knew when you opened up automatically with no bidding, with no noticeable power source, even though we were in a place that should, by all accounts, have been thousands and thousands of years old. And I turned around and I fell back into you and you closed around me. And from then on, I knew. This is my suit of armor. Ariel Hill. Thank you so much for supporting. I'm still listening to Mega Man music because amazingly, when we listened to it on that last stream, it didn't get struck. It didn't get content ID'd. So whatever, we'll roll with that for a bit. That's what I say. Is this real? Says Kokusei. Oh, it's real. You had best believe your eyes. Believe what you see, not what you don't see. It is Friday after all. We must draw on Fridays. Where are my pens? Doobadoo says, hey, I catch a live one. Doobadoo. Doobadoo. I must have put my pens in another one of my many variegated pencil cases. The music's great. I gotta add it to my playlist. Just Mega Man X OST greatest hits. This is from early X games. This one's from X4. Just sketchbooking today, so don't worry about me. Don't mind me. You guys do whatever you gotta do. Stephen, what do you mean? I also have the freedom to draw whatever I want to draw, just like you. You do. You refuse to believe it. You certainly refuse to act on it, but it is true. You don't have to draw what all the popular teen magazines tell you to draw. You're actually much more free than that. But no matter how many times I say it, you guys are just gonna keep picking up Drawing Vogue, Drawing 17, and you're gonna see, oh, here's what Ariana Grande is drawing. I gotta draw the same thing. Far be it from me to tell you what to do. Guj9454 says, hi, Stephen. I was wondering if you didn't have your philosophical interests and curiosities, how your art practice would have changed. I mean, a lot. It would have changed. I wouldn't be here right now. Like you wouldn't be watching me on stream or anything like that. I would just be, I would probably just be a commercial artist that you've never heard of. And you couldn't find my work online or anything like that. I mean, that's the way things were going before I opened up a bit. I would just be in some studio somewhere. Probably in LA. Maybe in video games or theme parks or movies. One of those sectors. And yeah, you probably just never... I probably wouldn't have a public presence for all intents and purposes. I'd be a studio dog. You know, it was my philosophical and spiritual interest that made me want to reach out to others, to put something out there for other artists, to try to help. That was the point. That was the point. Which I'm going to get back to that soon, I think. I think I'm going to restart this whole channel. Really am. Just go back to the meditative basics. I've been saying this a lot, you know, and I haven't done it yet, but if you've been on streams, you've heard me say it, but I think I'm going to wind up doing that because I see, like, even in my own Discord and things like that, I see people asking questions where I'm like, I mean, you're in Steven Zapata's Discord. Like, I feel like my whole message is like the answer to that question. And I'm realizing that, like, people are coming in late based on what? I don't know, just what? Me drawing random things, being goofball on stream, or some of the newer YouTube videos, which are a little less on the spiritual side, more on the practical side sometimes. And I'm realizing that just they haven't heard it. You know, they haven't heard the core stuff, the core message. So it's really starting to feel like it's time to start again. Hemisphere Cinema says, how did the Stevenverse drawing segment go? Will it to be continued? We'll do it again, for sure. There's a lot to work on for drawing segment. I thought the session went very well. I had a lot of fun. And I got some good designs out of it, actually. I got a couple things on there that I was like, oh shit, wait. Actually, that's pretty good. Actually, that's pretty good. I liked it. In terms of YouTube, it's a shame that when I'm having a ton of fun, whenever I look at like the analytics, which I should never look at, but you know, they throw them in your face. It's like a really fun stream like that. It's like, it does nothing for the channel. It's very funny to me. So I had a great time. How'd it go in terms of like YouTube land? Terribly. I think it on net, it made me lose like 5 subscribers or something like that. I just find that so funny. It's like, I'm having a great time. Everybody's having a great time. Nobody's mad in chat. And it just hurts the channel. You never can tell. I mean, you guys know me. I'll have fun until there's 0 subscribers left. Until the channel is completely destroyed. Steven should start another YouTube channel where he teaches how to be an art dad. I mean, how would it be different from this one, you know? It's the same info. Besides, everyone knows I'm not going to let my son pick up a pencil. In the Pavlovian mode, I'm going to put a pencil in front of him, and every time he reaches for it, I'm going to whip him with a switch and say, no! And then I'm going to put a double entry accounting ledger in front of him. And every time he reaches for the double entry accounting ledger, I'm going to go, yes, and give him a lollipop. I'm going to get little printouts of the 10-year T-note every time he reaches for that. I'm like, yes, lollipop. I'm going to lay out like a big field of mutual fund and ETF prospectuses. And every time he reaches for a prospectus, I'm like, ah, yes, good, my son. Jody. Hi, Jody. Hold on, I gotta move my setup a bit. Where do I want this? Scooch. Yeah, that's right. The Mega Man music makes me miss Bomberman 64 low key. Yeah. Yeah, that really just blasted me back into the Bomber past. Really just blasted me back into the Bomber past. Haiths says, Steven Zapata, an artist I admired, has been posting about AI and the improvements, and looking at the posts, they are insane. But he's been talking about how art teachers are giving people false hope. Oh wait, and there's another. Hates also said, I hate ruining the chill stream with the whole AI topic, but I was curious. What are you curious about? I'm sure some people are out there giving false hope, but like in terms of what? Like he's saying that there's art teachers out there who are like, you know, AI is not going to affect the industry at all or anything like that? Because that's clearly not true. Of course it's going to affect the industry. Of course it is. It already is. You know, it's being tons of studios, you know. Every studio is having some brush, at least some internal meeting or an internal email where they're like, so AI, is there anywhere we could put this in the pipeline? Or it's not just art studios. I mean, by that measure, it's like everybody working, it's, you know, from some very doomer perspective, anybody working anywhere, teachers who are teaching anything might be giving people false hope because, you know, this thing's a wily cat. We don't know what it's going to change, what it's going to transform. I talk to people all the time in and out of art, all sorts of sectors and things like that. everybody's having an encounter with it. And lots of people, you know, are having this universal experience of less so in art, but like they're being made to use it at work. And in order to prop up the dreams of their bosses and stuff like that, they're forced to, like, in meetings say, yeah, it's great. Wow, it makes me so much faster, when that is not the case. It's slowing them down, and they're going to have to, and they're fixing its mistakes, and it's just inappropriately increasing the workload and things like that. But then they have to lie about that in meetings because no one will hear anything else, all while understanding that their boss is trying to train this thing to replace them. So it's very, very, very difficult situation that people are in right now. That's not fun. What do you mean you harshed the chill vibes of the stream? I don't think so. I'm sure that made everybody really fucking happy. Basilar says, I love the Mega Man X5 music. Oh yeah. Now we're over to X7. We're over to the newer music, which I find less iconic. Jump ahead to old school Meja Man. Meja Man. To use your wrists more or your arm, shoulder, stomach muscles to control the pen movement. Looks like you're using your wrist a lot. When I'm drawing in a sketchbook and I'm drawing, 5 inches wide, I'm not gonna, do whole arm movements for a small. It always comes down to how big are you drawing. If you're drawing small, you use your wrist or your fingers, really. Forget even your wrist. I can do a lot of sketching just pivoting my fingers at this scale. And then the bigger you draw, you move up the arm. Medium size, you're using your elbow a lot. Large size, 18 by 24, you're doing a lot of shoulder stuff. It just comes down to scale. Do you have any artists that have been inspiring you or you have gone back to recently? Who's inspiring me recently? What's inspiring me recently? I was looking at some of the concept art for like Marvel Rivals. I thought that looked really cool. I really like that. I don't really do much stuff like that. A lot of that concept art is, hot superhero girls with trendy costumes on them, which is not really my cup of tea, but I could definitely recognize the high quality of the thinking and the drafting behind it. Really, really cool designs, I thought. And obviously there's some stuff in there that is my cup of tea, like Venom and Hulk look freaking awesome. What else has been inspiring me lately? For the other kind of work that I do, then way older stuff, right? Like, it may sound stupid to say, but literally like cave paintings have been inspiring me a lot lately. I've been thinking about them a lot, doing research into them and things like that. Textural work, a lot of textural work has inspired me lately. No specific thing to cite there, but I've been thinking a lot about texture this whole year, a lot. Let me see what Haiths is saying. Haiths is following up saying, he's saying that it's over for artists and that classes and mentorships are worthless. Like only a small amount of artists could reach that level. And I see so many comments talking about how it's so demoralizing and I don't know how to really counter other than my own experience, which is I just like to do art. Yeah, here's the thing. Nobody knows what's going to happen. Oh, God bless you. God bless the two of you. Many blessings to you. What are you guys going to get up to? You hanging out? Okay, thank you so much for the coffee. With AI, nobody knows what's going to happen. That's the thing, right? And I think that anyone who is pretending that they know is kind of foolish. I am not, as much as it hurts me. Let me level with you. Let me level with all of you guys the way that I usually do. It's like, I am an art teacher online, right? I literally, for real, think that like AI and the sentiments that you're talking about, you know, people being very worried, is it worth it? All right, there's no point in improving and things like that. I literally think it's affecting my bottom line. I think it's hurting my sales numbers and things like that. I do think that is a real thing. So as much as, you know, as I'm saying this, I can feel like I'm probably losing money right now, right? Like if I was a smart businessman, the thing I should do is, you know, put an optimistic buffed sheen on everything and be like, no, there's every reason to, you know, improve at drawing and things like that. And wow, all the jobs are there. And oh my God, I'm the only guy who can guide you through it and all this stuff like that. That's probably what I should be doing. So I'm not going to do that. I'm going to tell you honestly that there's a lot of realism to the sentiments that you expressed, but I don't think to that degree, right? So that's why I did that disclaimer, right? I want you to know that I'm serious and trying to be really honest with you when I say that this is a hard time and nobody knows what's going to happen. But I do think that the level to which that person is expressing it, things like mentorships and classes and all of that, are worthless. That's too far. I do think that's going too far. The main reason, like I said, is because nobody knows what is going to happen. Nobody knows what the art industry isn't just the stuff that AI can interface with, right? Art is always advancing and moving and changing. That's sort of what it takes for it to feel like art, right? Because if it isn't somewhat new, somewhat transgressive, it's not going to feel like art. It's just going to feel like a product, the same old things redone over and over and over again. So art is always transforming. So we can never know how art is going to transform, how it's going to change. And as it does, we don't know where AI is going to hedge close to it and where it's going to diverge. So are things hard now? Yeah, sure. But if things change, everybody who loves drawing and wants to make it a part of their life and improve at it, and maybe they have career ambitions for it, if you quit now, you know, short-sighted, not knowing what's going to happen, what happens when next year another black swan event occurs that nobody could have predicted, and it turns out that AI and art are sort of irrelevant to each other again, and you wasted a year sitting on your hands, not exploring yourself, not getting better. That sounded like fun. Oh, you're sitting on your hands, you're missing your chance to explore yourself. All right, easy perverts. Just reel it back a little bit. So maybe there is good reason I do think there's always good reason to reconsider your motivations and reconsider your, what is pulling you and keeping you in art, right? So yeah, maybe just for where you are in your life, you tune the knob down a little bit on like the career ambition stuff, right? Just because it's totally tumultuous. Like it's very difficult to have a focus vector for the career part of art right now. But this might be a great time, the best time to look inward, to seek and to figure out what you really want to do and why, right? I mean, there's not that many opportunities to do that in life, actually. A lot of the time, life is scourging you, whipping you, giving you very focused vectors saying, you know, nothing matters. It doesn't matter unless you're doing it this way, this way, this way, this way, and getting this kind of approval and this kind of stuff. A chance to pull back and just focus on yourself and figure out what's going on in art with you, especially the more spiritual side, it can be a rare opportunity. You know, I think it's one that should be taken. Yeah, and as everybody said, you know, now everybody's talking in chat, like obviously there's things you can do in art aside from concepting or aiming at studios or productions. Yeah, it's like this is the time to really assess why you got into this thing and why you want to do it and things like that. You were designing Stevens, but have you started designing a Zappy yet? Not yet, but I really should. Cora Bart says, hello, Stephen, how are you? I have a question. Do you think that highly unimpressionable and boring people have a disadvantage at making art? Yeah, but I also think they probably have a disadvantage at everything. They're probably not just in making art, you know? Nantha Rodriguez says, who are your top 3 cave painters? Grog, Urk, and Kuruku. Legit, whatever ancient artist sculpted bison licking insect bite, he's an all-time fave. All-time fave. I mean, that's a piece that reaches through the ages. That's the slow, careful regard of silent little things. It says, you are right. I always find myself back in front of my PC and drawing, and not everyone has that same experience. Yeah, I mean, some people are gonna get so discouraged that they're just gonna stop, right? And I just don't think that's the... I'm not saying that anything is clear. I have no false promises to make for anyone about the AI stuff. You know, it's hard for the best people in the world right now, you know? It's not like they're unemployed or something like that. Like some things change and then they have to get a new job and things like that. But, if you're paying attention, like it's hard for everybody right now. So I don't have any false promises. But yeah, you just don't know what's gonna happen. I don't think if you really love this thing, it's not a time to quit at all, I don't think. You're gonna regret it when the next unexpected thing happens, And the feelings are intense, The feelings can be very intense. I've been having very intense feelings around it. That's not news. I mean, you guys know I take it all very intensely, or else I wouldn't have made the end of art and things like that. But you got to be able to suss out, what's just thoughts emerging unbidden, and then what's what I really want to do, It's like, I get that feeling in my head too, right? Like, same thing everybody does. I get that feeling pops up sometimes for days at a time where it's just like, I should quit. But at a certain point, after years and years, and hopefully a little bit of wisdom, your relationship to that feeling changes. You just go, all right, that's that again. You know, that thought is cheap and easy and free. You just don't pay it so much mind, you know? You know, it's not like, it's not your real values, you know? It's just a thought emerging. And it turns out, you don't have to listen to your thoughts. MSOOKYE says, Craig Mullins said pretty much what you're hitting on. AI is forcing many artists to focus the mind and assess why they are doing art and why that's special. Yeah. If there was ever a time to think about it, this is it. Hello, FCDI says, sometimes I wonder if it's bad to focus so much on a passion if someone is really bad at it. I mean, the problem with that is that it comes down to the individual cases, you know? You never know until the race is done. It's like, if someone was really, really bad and they stubbornly insisted on doing it anyway for 40 years, and then at the end of the 40 years they did get amazing and everybody agrees this is amazing and we're all so glad that you are here to make this work, then everyone's gonna look at that and be like, yeah, they made the right call. They fought through it. You know, no one's really going to live in the counterfactual of being like, ah, yes, but think of, you know, which is a very real question. Like, think of how much, I don't know, better they could have done for the world being, I don't know, an investment banker for those 35 years. Bad example, but a nurse or something like that. No one's really gonna think in terms of that. You know, we know that's the counterfactual and that there's no truth. But on the other hand, if they do it for a very long time and they don't make it, if they don't get great, then it's a little easier to indulge in the counterfactual. Be like, damn it, I should have just been a union plumber. Like, my God, that would have been more practical and useful. So it is, unfortunately, it all comes down to the end of the race. At least that's what I think. I mean, if being bad at it was gonna make people make it like, oh, it's not a good idea to do it, it's like, I wouldn't be an artist, you know? I had very little talent out of the box, bad combination of no talent and slow learner, slow at improvement. I mean, I had every reason to quit at every stage in the journey. It's like, if those were really the measures, I wouldn't have survived. Boxer Wing, hello. Nobody says, I kind of tried to quit once and not drawing fucking sucks. Yeah, there's also that part. It's like, can you quit? You may want to, but can you? I don't think I could. I'm not a chill dude. I swallowed that a long time ago. I was like, there's been very dark periods where I'm like, shit, I should quit for my family. And I've had, oh man, this sucks to say, but it's like, with the best incentives on the other side of quitting, could I? I'm really not sure I could, you know? Is that an admirable quality? Maybe to other artists. Is it to everybody else? Probably not. Probably not. Yeah, there is always the question. You may want to quit. Can you? The demon has you. Not a chill dude. Not a chill dude. Nantil says, is composition something that crosses your mind when sketchbooking? No. Like the composition of your page? Not for me. There are artists who they can't turn that off, which is a good thing, right? Because then they get these beautiful sketchbook pages, but I don't have that. It's just not in my temperament to add that to my considerations while I sketchbook. But if that comes naturally to an artist, there's no drawback to it. At the very least, it's just more time spent thinking compositionally, and so you get more practice at it, right? No drawing, no sanity, deal or no deal, indeed. Kyo says, being bad but having fun is what matters for anything to be worthwhile, from art to games to other endeavors or interests. Your perceived skill and the joy you have don't need to be artificially linked. Amen, brother. MSOO Kai says, I often feel compelled to take sticky notes from my desk at work and draw on them, like my hand and mind are jonesing. Oh yeah. I used to do that at my art job, where I was already, the work that was on my screen was more drawing, more art. I'd still take sticky notes and scrap sheets of paper and doodle. I'd still get the jonesing, Just drawing on top of drawing on top of drawing. Autumn Rose says, my way of thinking about it is being permanently bound to a tree. It bears fruit like every time you're on the edge of starvation. Nice. Nanthil says, what are your personal goals while sketchbooking? Flow, stream of consciousness, design, enjoyment, all the above? None. I don't want goals in my sketchbook. Sometimes you have to bring a goal in there because you've got to figure something out. But I think there's another way to think of sketchbook time, which is just utterly structureless. Utterly structureless. I think that people in general are far too goal-oriented in their art practice. I think that just conditions you to commodify yourself and think of yourself as nothing more than a product in a marketplace with a value that is determined by that marketplace. And I just don't think that's healthy for artists. It'll feel healthy for the occasional artist for whom it works, or in the occasional moments where it works for you, you make a bunch of money, you get the job or whatever. And then the rest of the time and in the failures in between, it's gonna make you nuts, That's my view on it, but that's just me. There's a lot of artists who really just got into art as a means to an end, a way to make their movie or their comic. They sort of wish they didn't have to spend time drawing. It's just a necessary burden in the process. And I don't understand those people, so I can't really speak to what the fuck they're doing. To me, the idea of keeping a sketchbook out of a sense of duty is just psychotic. Psychotic. I don't understand it. I open up my sketchbook all the time, and it's not out of a sense of duty. When I open it up, the only thing that crosses my head is old friend. That's it. For the people who do art as like a means to an end, they really just picked up drawing to get that comic made, to try to get that cartoon show that they're sure would be a success, try to get that made. I'm always like, it would have been more efficient to just get a finance degree and very quickly make the amount of money to hire artists to do it. Or just not finance, but just go become an insurance salesman. Like you'll make enough money in 10 years as an insurance salesman to hire great artists to make that thing. Whereas 10 years of drawing practice for most people is like barely getting to the level where people give any kind of a fuck about what you're drawing. It's like, it's way more efficient to just go make the cash and pay artists. Hate to say it, but Bendik Solbakken with 59 knock, thank you so much. Thank you for the donation. Says, more coffee for the child. Glad to catch you live when it's not like 2 a.m. in Norway. Yeah, different time right now. Thank you so much. Don't worry. It is going to turn into pure, uncut Colombian coffee for my boy. Brewed up, served scalding hot, put in a bottle, no milk in it, just black coffee, scalding hot, feed it right to my boy. And he slurps it right up. As soon as that hot Colombian coffee hits his lips, he goes, drinks it all up. The whole bottle's gone. 5 seconds tops. Vibrating, levitating into the sky. I mean, we're talking a caffeine eschatology that you wouldn't believe. Seraphs, cherubs, everything going down. Do you keep your sketchbooks? Yes. Damn near all of them, yeah. There's probably 15 in this house right now. 15 to 20. And then when I see my mom, I give her a bunch and move them into the archives. She's got a lot. She's got a lot. I'm sure I've thrown out a couple, but really only in the most dire circumstances. I think like when I moved from New York to LA, I threw out a couple in that move just because I moved entirely in my car, and so space was at a premium. You know, I had a whole life out in LA and just, I was not gonna get like a shipment container or put it on a train. I was like, I'm reducing my whole life down to what fits in my sedan. You know, not even a hatchback. I'd lived in LA for 10 years. I reduced my whole life down to a sedan. So yeah, space was at a premium. So I'm sure I threw out some sketchbooks there. I actually don't remember though. I might not have. A few I've given to friends, I think, who are interested. Some people just love to collect. Max Rulov says, I have a weird experience with AI. I understand the frustration, but at the same time, while I currently work in art field, I feel less threatened. Even if I lose my art department job, I am an artist. I'll just come back to my old jack of all trades gigs and keep doing traditional art. Love the confidence. Love the confidence. You know, the confidence is well grounded in a lot of senses, because it's like art has always been, I guess I'm drawing Venom. I don't know why. Maybe because we were just talking about Marvel Rivals or something. Art has always been, you know, hustling your wares. So unless this thing, to some extent, like unless this thing explodes, unless art completely crumbles, to some extent, it's just business as usual, right? Art has never been stable. Just, you know, we were hustling the wares before, and we're gonna have to keep hustling the wares. But I got to be careful when I say that, because it may make me sound too sanguine. You know, I have to admit that I'm not as sanguine as like the user that I just read their comment. I do think this is different to some degree. The ET animatronics are coming to the Museum of Moving Image. They still have those. I'm amazed those are preserved. I guess they must have known at the time that it was going to be a classic, because it was a big hit, right? Steven, any good electric sharpener brands? My desktop one is an X-Acto brand. It works good. It's the big X-Acto desktop sharpener. It claims that leads can't get stuck in it, and I have found that to be true. I've had it for a few years now. My old pencil sharpener, which was slightly better, but not enough that I think it matters, was a Panasonic that I stole from work years ago. It got very sharp points, but I had to open up that thing's guts and pull leads out all the time. This one, I've never had to do that. A lead has never gotten like permanently stuck in there. I'm always able to just push a pencil through a little hard and it eats it. So that claim has proven to be true so far. I'm gonna go to the restroom real quick. Do. Steven, do you know Liberdistry? Have you ever thought of publishing a sketchbook with them? Liberdistry, I do not know them. I would love to get a sketchbook into people's hands or something like that, but it's so hard to, you know, it's so hard to get some publishing going. I'm looking at Liberdistry's website right now. Oh wait, no, I see. Liberdistry is Correct Editions. I do know them. I know some people who work there. Which reminds me, I gotta buy the H.R. Giger tribute book that they just kickstarted. See how it's doing. Sure, it's ultra funded. Their Kickstarter is at $102,000 with 20 days to go. Let me bookmark this and stick it at the top of my... I keep meaning to fund it because I want this book. Put that at the top of my bar to remind me. Yeah, anyway, Liberdistry I do know. I know them as Correct Editions, and I know a couple of people who work there. But you know, you say, have you ever considered putting out a sketchbook through them or something? I mean, you know that's not up to me, right? Like, that's not how it works. You know, you don't just get to go to publishers and be like, you know, I've got some pretty cool work here. I think you guys should publish it. And I've just been straight up. I'll be straight up. When I have had brushes with publishers, no one's ever been like, they've always given me a response that's kind of like, we'll see. It's so hard. Like, the margins are so tight on book publishing. Like, you need to sell so many units to make any money, and it's so much work to make the book and to fulfill it that they really don't. They basically will only do something that feels like a sure thing, like an absolute sure thing. I didn't bring any grays out. Let me grab some grays. I only like the Copics with the sketch tips, but very few places, at least when I was buying a lot of Copics, my art store that was near me didn't sell the ones with the brush tip, which I think is now more popular. So I have all these ones with the square tip, and I kept buying them because I was just like, I want a Copic, even though it's not exactly the one that I want. And like an idiot, I just kept buying it, and I hate using them. And this is dry. Oh God. And I'll never refill them. I'll just put it back in the damn... All right, this'll do. Do you try to integrate your philosophical interests into the images you make? Absolutely. And do you struggle with that? It has been a struggle. Now I feel like I get it. Or is it just affect the way you attend to the act of drawing? It does both. I would say that it started as just affecting the way that I do the drawing. And for a while there, I thought that was all it was ever going to be. And then I was a little surprised to find, as time went on, that it did wind up in the in the content of the drawings as well. So it's both. And as I say on here quite often, I will refrain from getting more specific than that because I don't like giving my interpretations of my drawings. Let that dry for a minute. Finally, another artist that listens to game soundtracks while drawing. Dude, so many artists do. That's not unusual. You are not alone. Guj, who had asked about the philosophical interest, had followed up. I didn't see. I'm asking because whenever I try to think of the actual images I want to make, my mind jumps to abstract philosophical concepts that I don't know what to do with in terms of images. You could try starting with like word webs. You know, sometimes when you're that far out, when you're that abstract, it's easier to start with words. So, you know, I mean, there's tons of different brainstorming methods for stuff like that. But yeah, you could just get a big sheet of paper, write, you know, whatever abstract concept you're grappling with in the middle, capitalism, and then just free associate from capitalism and just go out and out and out and free associate. And before long, you're going to stumble on some symbology or things that you can interlink and things like that. Aisha says same. I just put them back knowing they are dry. I know that's an evil. That is a true evil that artists do to themselves. I can't turn it off. You know, I should have two separate piles. These are dry, these are good. And I just, as soon as it's dry, I'm like, fuck it, right back in the pile with the rest of them. Like, what am I doing to myself? Suplex says was about to get fired for listening to the stream. Then my boss heard the Mega Man OST and gave me a raise instead for tastefulness. This is a service we provide, baby. This is a service we provide. Birder. White was joking about the soundtrack thing. Good that you were joking. Love your work. Thank you very much. Steven, do you like kombucha? No, not really, but my wife likes it a lot. Joey says, if you have seen Steven's Philosophizing Demons painting, you can see it. Yep, that's how I get my philosophy into my work. Philosophizing Demons is a perfect example. Extremely serious. What marker was I using? Was it this one? Oh, it didn't last. I thought it had enough juice in it for the flatting pass. And it did not. Cool. Now we're gonna be all off here. What's the closest thing I have? C7. All right, let's see if I can say, okay. This T4 is empty. So I'm putting it over on the left. Great, this one's dry. Bone dry. Over on the left. I'm cooked here. I don't have any. This is darker than I wanted. This one's juicy, but darker than I wanted. Well, that's half the fun of traditional. Making mistakes, getting forced into compromises by your materials. That's the stuff. I do genuinely think stuff like that makes you better. You don't get any of that digital. Oh, it smells so good. Oh, it smells so good. It's a healthy smell. You problem solve differently with traditional medium? Absolutely. Joe says I'd watch a whole stream of marker testing. This might become that. It really might. Let that dry for a minute. Since we're talking game OST, I'd like to recommend the awesome Braid OST for drawing. So cool, I'll have to check it out. I've never played Braid. Zapata source, Stephen when? Next time we do Drawing Ascendant. Which will be, I don't know, very soon. Today. Immediately? Next stream? Emil says, hey Steven, how's it going with the Bib? Bib is good. Any tips on making a game animation studio? Oh, or are there any ways you'd recommend to take art with more of an entrepreneurial approach? Yeah, I've never tried to open a game or animation studio. You found one of my blind spots, you know? Yeah, I don't want to, I can't pretend to talk out of my ass about that. You're going to have to ask someone who's done it before. In general, it's either start very small, like do solo dev or work with a friend or something like that. It's either start very small and, you know, don't invest a bunch of money and all that, like just work on an idea, focus on the idea, see if people really get excited by it and take it up. Start like that, or do it for real. Like get a finance person, like make a team of people who can handle it. Get someone who's going to handle the taxes, the money, the payroll, someone who's going to manage the team. Like I would just recommend with stuff like that. And again, I haven't done this, but this is my personal experience from seeing people do it. The entrepreneurial side of my personal business, it's like, don't get caught in the middle. That's the difficult area. It's like, do it one way or the other. Either keep it very light so that it's easy to move and shift and dodge, or if you're gonna invest money, like I said, don't get stuck in the middle. Get very smart people to help you. Do it that way. It's like, if you're gonna be a business, God damn it. I should put down some red for the tongue so that it dries. Give me a random drawing prompt. Do a drawing that answers for you, what is the reason that I'm here and what is the nature of existence? Your random drawing prompt is do a drawing that expresses your purpose for being. Good luck. I think he was hoping for cat. I know what he was hoping for. But that's not what you're gonna get around here. It's like, if that's what any of you are hoping for, just draw the anime girl that you know that you're gonna draw and leave me alone. A user with characters I cannot read says, "Hi Stephen, you mentioned once that your screen drawing tablet is not very comfortable to draw on for long periods of time. Why do you use it then? What are the pros in comparison to a screenless one?" I can't handwrite on a screenless one. For some reason, I can draw fine, sketch fine on a screenless tablet, but handwriting, which I do a lot of my notes for students with handwriting, for some reason that disconnect was never fixed in my brain. I'm sure there's other artists for whomst that is not the case, but for me it is. So that's literally why. That's the only reason why, for handwriting. If there was a way to get around that, I would be on a screenless tablet. Omar says, "Let's go, baby. Clean t-shirt, new flannel. Woo!" Did everybody's usernames get reset? I don't know why YouTube does this. It's like I'm seeing Omar's username as his full username, not his handle. YouTube's all fucked up. Rocking out to the digital guitar solo? Hell yeah, man. That MIDI go hard. Wow. Do you guys remember last stream when we played Mega Man X at the end of stream? Those were good times, folks. Those were good times. I almost took a sip of paint water instead of coffee. Happens to the best of us. Has happened to the best of us. Huron Surmer says, hi guys, I truly recommend to start drawing with Steven's stream at the back or next to you as a company for your creations. Absolutely. That's why the streams are here. Unlike people who play Call of Duty professionally, I don't expect you to actually watch anything that I'm doing. I just want you to draw too. I'm just trying to get more drawing to happen in the world. I threw a shitty third monitor into my setup and now I got the battle station, all 3 monitors. Because I'm not drawing on my Huey on right now. Cinder says drawing sesh, let's go. Let us go indeed. How you doing, bud? I hope all is well. Gorobart says, Steven, do you still believe in freaks, or have the artists you admired become relatable to you as your skill grew? No, I mean, the more artists I've met and the more I've learned about their lives, the more it's clear that freaks exist. Getting to know them hasn't. Like, because as you get to know some incredible artists, you occasionally meet the ones who are like, it's insane how good they are, and they're just like, they're just like, hey, what's up? Cool, man. Drawing? Oh, so fun, dude. Oh no, I don't know. I never really stress about it. Yeah. A modeling factor? What's that? You know, like there's no way to describe it. They just have like surfer energy about art, and you just look at them and you're like, wow, you don't even know anything about, you don't even know what you're doing. It just automatically happens, and you're like a million people's favorite artist. It's just, as you get to know them more, yeah, I've only been more convinced that freaks are real. Tuo says, thank you, Zapata, for the endless hours of drawing company. Near endless. At this point, damn near endless. Can you get through them all? I wonder. No problem. Have you found a difference in how oil or wax colored pencils layers on marker? In general, I think wax pencils suck. Like, there's nothing I want to use them for. I want to use oil or pastel for everything. Steven, oh no, I already answered that one. Devouring a chicken taco like Saturn devouring his sun right now. Nice, Soko, nice. Jake Lockhart says, hey man, hope you're well. I'm getting your design course as a gift from my parents. Nice, dude. I've been studying at an atelier for just under a year, so my observational drawing is not too bad now. Oh, great, that's great. But I really want to get better at designing my own stuff, so I'm excited for the course. Anything in particular you think I should practice before I start the course? Anything in particular I think you should practice? No, I mean, you're gonna have plenty of time to practice as you go through the course. And it'll be all on project, so I don't think there's anything in particular. I would, in general, maybe just start opening your mind to the necessary like writing and creativity, raw creativity that's going to happen in the course. Like, you know, the very first assignment is you just need to go and think of the hypothetical video game that you're going to make for the assignment portion of the course. So I don't know how you would practice that or prepare for that, but just start ideating, you know? Like, not in any solid way, because you won't know exactly what we're looking for in the MVP until you're watching those parts of the course. But like I said, open your heart to it. Start letting the dreams come in. Maybe start just hyping yourself up for doing your own project, for coming up with your own game. There's always a little process that has to happen there to get yourself excited. Kyo says, I've listened to just about every past VOD on this channel. That's crazy. Aside from maybe 2 or so. Many VODs multiple times. I've exhausted the well. You get the trophy. I find that hard to believe. That's crazy. Because there's a lot. There is a lot. Here, you get the trophy. Boom. There's your trophy kill. Most streams watched. Whoops. Forgot I can't use this pen with Copics. You get the idea. Nanto Rodriguez says, who would you use as an example of the quintessential freak? I mean, there's so many. We've all met them, you know? But like Kim Jong-gi was definitely one. You can see comics he made when he was like 14 in high school. And it's not just that they were good for 14. It's that he would have been like the best artist at Marvel or DC with those. You know, like one of the best artists. Like, that's just a freak, you know, and that's all right. That's a beautiful thing. There's others. We all know them. We've all met them. It's usually clearest when you come across them young, but those people grow up and wind up being. Could be a little harder to notice them when they're as they get older and they've been making art for, you know, 30, 40, 50 years, because then you kind of stop caring. You're just like, all right, of course they're great. They've been doing this forever, but you don't know that they were great at 16, you know? I went to school with a lot of them. Like Ahmed was definitely a freak, but he was at least a more sensible freak, because he was always interested in what made art tick and like how to get good, and, you know, very analytical mind. But not a lot of the freaks, they're not even like that. You know, like I said, they just have surfer energy. It's like they've never thought about it. They're just awesome, you know. I went to school with Ross Tran. Ross was a freak, is a freak. I mean, he was just, he started at art. I think he was still 18 when he started at Art Center, and he was just like as good as you see him now at 18. Just like always had that dare to care attitude, never was stiff, never was like locked up in the fundamentals or grinding or anything like that. Just always had a dynamic, flowing, knew how to make you love it energy. Just everything that you know him as, he was just already that, like as if he'd engineered it just from little, just from, young as a baby, Karem Aldemir says, how does one tell if they're one of the freaks or not? I mean, you really shouldn't worry about it. You really shouldn't worry about it. I know that when we talk about it, and just because it's so romantic and alluring, it's like you want to be a freak, but it's like, it's not up to you, It isn't up to you. The freakiest of freaks don't care that they're freaks. Like I said, they have just chill surfer vibes. Don't worry about it. Truly don't worry about it. The freaks are like rare snow leopards, like don't worry about them. Let them do their thing. They come in and out of the world in mysterious ways. Just leave them undisturbed. Don't bother them. Let them be beautiful for all of our benefit. Craig Mullins, a quintessential freak. I don't think he has it on. I don't think he has them on his website anymore. You could probably find them on the Wayback Machine, but on the old version of his website, he used to have some, I can only describe them as value comps, value paintings that he did as a child. Like I think he said how old he was on the page, but I don't quite remember now. But he did them on like an Amiga 2 that his dad brought home one day. And they look like if I gave a current cutting edge modern like schoolism or CGMA student the homework to, you're gonna go home and you're gonna watch noir movies by Orson Welles, and you're gonna take screenshots of the most dramatic lighting in these noir movies. We're gonna use that to increase our cinematic framing and all of that. Like if I gave you that homework right now and you went and took these screenshots and tried to do these studies, half of us could not pull off what Craig did unguided in these noir little black and white thumbnails at like 9. And he says on the page, he's talking about his knack here, but he said on the page, if I remember correctly, like, one thing I just always understood was how to build a value structure. And it's clear. That's very clear, A freak, just a freak. That doesn't happen to everybody. And again, Craig doesn't have the surfer energy. He clearly has an analytical mind. And he rolled his freakdom into like a deep analysis of art and what it is and how it works. And he did it at just the highest level. I mean, he speed ran all of digital art before any of us could get our hands on a tablet. It's like Aristotle, you know, people say that all of modern philosophy is just footnotes on Aristotle. I was like, all of digital art is just footnotes on Craig Mullins. Like, in all the intervening years, no one has come up with anything to add to digital art that Craig didn't do some iteration of in those early fecund years, you know? Graphic, rendered, photo bashing, every style in between, cinematic, painterly, like he tried it all and did it all well. Found some version of all of it. Psycho Billy says, I always refer to the one thing Richard Schmid wrote about talent in Alla Prima, which is to just assume you have it because worrying about it is a waste of time. Indeed. I quote that one at students pretty often too. When it comes to talent, assume you have it and move on. Fusion says, I got your stream on my timeline 30 minutes ago and didn't see anything of your stuff until then. Pretty cool stuff. I've been watching since then. Thank you. Welcome. Nick Askew says, I've never seen a how to draw video of yours. Why is that? I don't really put that stuff on YouTube. I don't, I mean, I have a lot of thinking around it, but first off, it's for this kind of environment, it's just not what I'm interested in. Like, there's 1.5 billion how to draw videos on YouTube. And I'd rather discuss the mental aspects and the spiritual aspects. That's the stuff that I find more fascinating for me. If I turned my YouTube into how to draw videos, there would be probably an exciting initial period where I was getting a lot more subs and a lot more attention. Maybe that would last a few months, and then I would be bored as fuck and I'd just come back to doing this, or I'd shut down the channel. And the concern about shutting down the channel is very real because people create audiences for themselves that are misaligned with what they want to do, and then they are in a secret war with their audience for years that eventually burns them out. Has happened to tons of my friends. And I don't like that, if I'm gonna teach how to draw, right? Like, if I start with something like the sphere, that is perennial evergreen information. And the problem with YouTube is that YouTube is very, what have you done lately? You know, if I make a how to draw a sphere video, which there is one on my YouTube, it's a preview chapter from my course, Form for Imagination. It just comes and goes and people never see it and they forget because people don't look in your video archive. So you just wind up having a rehash over and over again. So for that kind of perennial information, I would rather make it a separate course that I can just point at over and over again. And that's indeed what I've done with a course like Design Fundamentals or Form from Imagination. That way people just always know where to go to get that from me. Because yeah, if that was just all my YouTube videos, it's just, people would know about that video for a couple weeks and then it would disappear. And even if I put out a how to draw heads video a month ago, odds are that, you know, unless it goes like super viral, which is never guaranteed, the odds are I'd make like a how to draw heads video, and then in 3 weeks, people would be asking me on stream, how do you draw heads? And it's like, I just made a video about that. But people don't know. They don't look through archives. They only see what YouTube pushes. Every now and then you get a video that, you know, gets blessed by the algorithm gods and YouTube will push it forever, but that's not up to you. Nemogtist says, paid for something like 50,000 sheets of paper as a startup 15 years ago. Today it's like 10 tons, and I love drawing. I hope that helps anyone. Nemogtist, I'm starting to realize that you're a crazy person. I'm starting to piece it together. Autumn Rose says, finally off work now, can be in the stream fully. Finally! Finally out of work! All right, I did not intend to work this Venom up to this level. I shouldn't get too caught up on him because I just want to keep sketching. These are sketchbook sessions, not lost in a Venom drawing sessions. That creature has gorgeous muscles, thank you. That's my favorite thing to do in art, is to make monstrous creatures with gorgeous muscles. My darlings. I just love the flow of anatomical forms. That's really all I care about in art. It's my favorite thing. Just designing flows of anatomical forms into and out of each other. Rescription says, Steven, no, you don't need, it's fine that you redacted it. You don't have to say anything. You love me. That's fine. I understand it. It happens to a lot of people on here. I'm down here in my little box. You hear the words flowing out of my mouth. They make you feel special. You fall in love. It's fine. It's fine. Remember, that's parasocial. That's dangerous. We haven't started up the cult yet, so I can't really capitalize on your love for me. So just while it's there, it's there. You don't have to say anything. Shh, shh, shh. Just keep it. Shh, 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 shh. Put it down. We'll put it down. We'll put it down. Just take it easy. Take it easy. No one's mad. No one's judging. It's okay. It's understandable. It's the same way people fall in love with their therapist. Same thing. You fall in love with your therapist. You fall in love with your favorite art streamer. It's just the way things go. Don't worry. You don't have to say a thing. You don't have to say a thing. Seriously, don't say anything. If you say anything, I'll ban you. I'll ban you. Don't say anything. Hello, Jelonk. Yoki Mosho says, hey, thoughts on drawing not being a means to an end, e.g. gallery shows or production, instead an exploration of the world around you, cataloging your curiosities, etc. Thoughts? That's all I care about. The whole channel's about that. There's probably thousands of hours of streams and videos of me discussing exactly that. The Boy Gone Gamer says, do you have a link to your streaming setup? I really want to get that over-the-head traditional drawing stream vibe. I don't think I have a link to my whole setup, but I can rattle it off for you real quick. The overhead rig I use is one used for unboxing videos. It's the Glide gear. It comes in a few sizes. You'd pick your size based on how big you usually draw. My camera is the Lumix GH5. I use an Elgato Camlink 4K to get it into my computer. My computer is a fast fucking computer. And my microphone is the Rode NTG5. Steven, which Mega Man game is your favorite one to play? Mega Man X, the first one. That's the childhood vibes for me. I played it on the last stream, actually. We got a rough shake with Spark Mandrill. Rough shake. Then we got Storm Eagle first try with the Buster to make up for it. I'm good for fan art like once a year, and it's almost always Venom. It's just Venom's like one of the few designs that really vibes with my sensibilities because you could just do whatever with him. You know, you can transform his body, invent all the musculature because he's all transmogrification and just total chaos. I really don't enjoy doing stuff that has to like be on model because, you know, I like the freedom to just react to every little thing that my hand puts down, you know? I'm at my happiest when I'm in a drawing context where every little wiggle I can commit to it, you know? Change nothing. Really no need to erase anything, just every errant little wiggle of the hand just That's it. That's meant to be there. We're going to turn that into something. Every little bop and divot is like, all right, that's part of the form now. That's a striation, a blister. I also really love Mega Man X3, but my god is that game hard. Every time I've tried to go back to it and play it a little bit, it's like I can't get anywhere with it. It's so hard. And because I don't know it as well, I can't even tell you like what weapon is whose weakness, you know? You were one or two quick slides away to get taken down on that Falcon. Yeah, I went into the fight weakened, you know. Give me my flowers where they're deserved. I was already pretty low on health. He barely touched me. In fact, most of the health that I lost to Falcon, to Storm Eagle was, you know, when he's blowing you away, I got a little aggressive with the dashes and I dashed right into him. Don't you dare take away my fucking flowers. At last, history has brought her roses, but alas, they are white. What's wrong? You guys don't like deep cut Arthur Schopenhauer quotes? Ascending Storm says, I'm here. Hope you didn't miss me, Steven. Favorite philosophers? You know, I wouldn't say I have a... Well, I guess it's the Buddha. You know, I think most people would consider him a religious figure, not a philosopher, but I'd say it's the Buddha. The rest of them, it's like, you know, I like the parts they got right. But being a professional philosopher, if you're going to be doing that your whole life, you're going to say a lot of shit that's just definitely wrong. I like Schopenhauer a lot. I do like the pessimists in general. I like Kant's transcendental idealism. I jive with that a lot. Well, forget jiving with it. I just think it's, to me, it's undeniably true. Hold on a second. Sorry, just making sure I knew who was here. I love Alan Watts, but he was a spiritual entertainer, not a philosopher. He did have it all right, though. Some people just figure it out. Holy shit, you know? Dogen's always good. Fifth Zen patriarch. From the first, not a thing is. Can we consider John Milton a philosopher? Can words just be elevated to such a degree of beauty that they have philosophical impact on their own? You know? To me, Milton's words inspire a sort of awe and understanding that feels like, in a way, feels like good philosophy. Him the Almighty, hurled headlong flaming, with hideous ruin and combustion down to bottomless perdition. Sorry, hold on, I'm listening. I'm trying to get a beat on where my baby's at. Okay. Now, where was I? Where was I? Him, the almighty power, hurled headlong, flaming from the ethereal sky, with hideous ruin and combustion down to bottomless perdition, to dwell in adamantine chains and penal fire, who durst defy the omnipotent to arms. 9 times the space that measures day and night to mortal men, he with his horrid crew lay vanquished, rolling in the fiery gulf, confounded though immortal. But his doom reserved him to more wrath, for now the thought both of lost happiness and lasting pain torments him. Round he throws his baleful eyes that witnessed huge affliction and dismay, mixed with obdurate pride and steadfast hate. Once as far as angels can, he views the dismal situation, waste and wild, a dungeon horrible on all sides round, as one great furnace flamed, but from those flames no light, but rather darkness visible, served only to discover sights of woe, regions of sorrow, doleful shades where peace and rest can never dwell. Hope never comes that comes to all, but torture without end still urges, and a fiery deluge fed with ever-burning sulfur, unconsumed. Such place eternal justice had prepared for those rebellious. Here their prison ordained in utter darkness, as far removed from God and light of heaven as from the center, thrice unto the utmost pole. I mean, to me, pure philosophy, you know, pure philosophy. Yuri Huang gives 75 NT. Thank you, Yuri. I appreciate it. But can a stave Satapaz defeat a heavily caffeinated Steven who doesn't draw? Ooh, asking the real questions. Asking the real questions. And unfortunately, Yuri, even though you donated, I cannot give you the answer to that because that would be a spoiler. That would be a spoiler. For episode 666 of Drawing Ascendant, The Eternal Chronicles of Stephen Zapata, Lasting Legacy 1, Epic 1. But you're thinking the right way, you're on the right track. Can a stave Satipaz defeat a heavily caffeinated Stephen who doesn't draw? You're asking the right questions. Thank you, Yuri, I appreciate it. Don't worry, I will turn those 75 NT into piping hot, pure, uncut Colombian coffee for my son. Wisdom of Insecurity by Alan Watts is a cool philosophy read. Yeah, that's a good book. My wife read that one too. Stephen, are you familiar with the philosopher Philip Mainlander? Yeah. Love. I mean, I only know like the top line, but love it. I don't know if, I don't believe it, but the idea that God is a being who suicided the universe into creation, it's like, as good as food, like roast chicken, that sentence, you know, to get there in your head, to come up with that, I love it. And yeah, when I said I jive with the pessimists in general, he was definitely in mind, you know. You know, I just love the poetry of it. That God needed to die himself into the world. And that his core nature is self-destruction. And through us, he will destroy himself more and more until there's nothing left. Nanto Rodriguez says, on the subject of philosophy, have you read Simulacra and Simulation by John Baudrillard? I tried once. I found it unreadable. It inspired The Matrix? Yes. It's in The Matrix, too. Neo picks it up. He's got his little floppy disk in a copy of Simulacra and Simulation. Matrix was inspired by it, but the author hated The Matrix, said The Matrix missed the crux, that you can't tell the difference between The Matrix and Zion, said Matrix was merely Plato's cave. That makes sense to me. I could see why he would feel that they were kind of off there. CTF Fanatics has just got an AI ad upon entering the stream. Blasphemous. Why'd they do that? Why'd they do that? If I could control the ads, I'd set it to give nothing but ads for AI, just to get you all fired up before you come in here. Rehan Tadir says, nice stream to listen to while waiting for a bus. You get on that bus, baby. Emok says, Steven, are you a normal gooner or do you goon with a capital G? Certain things must be left to the imagination, people. Disc Breaker says, morning Steven stream in this economy. Even in this economy. Yeah. I had the chance. I was like, let's do an early one. The old hours. Oops. Oh, can't go over this marker with the white. Damn shame. I would need paint. That Venom's just about there. I'm just gonna do that hand. I'm gonna go to the restroom again. Coffee cuts right through me. No, why did he read it? Says Autumn Rose. Read what? Good morning, Dofart. A lot about simulation and simulacra. Yes, that you're not supposed to, that the way that Baudrillard posits it, that you're not supposed to be able to tell the difference. The thing is that in the Matrix, you can clearly tell the difference. Works better for a movie. I always go back to the Zen truth, though. It's like, you're not in the Matrix, you're not in the simulation, you are the simulation. You're not in the Matrix, man. You are the Matrix, man. All right, I'll be right back. Andres Escobar Art says, will buying your courses get me on track to being this good? What am I supposed to say? Oh my god. I was like, well, I didn't make them so that people wouldn't be as good as me. It couldn't hurt. That's gonna be my answer from now on. Will my courses make me as good as you? It couldn't hurt. There's guys with business degrees out there right now going, no, what is he doing? Just say yes. I'm just tapping the white chalk back here on the hand to make it less bright, go into the background. Keep the real brightest brights on the parts of him that are closer to us. You see, folks, that's what we call the illusion of depth in art. You wouldn't know anything about that, would you? Andres says, would you recommend doing one before the other, or order won't really matter? Yeah, I think it would just depend on what your current, like, more your focus is. You know, are you trying to refine your drawings more? Are you trying to build up your base understanding of like composition and design and things like that? But either would be fine. There's no like prerequisites between them or anything like that. And both are appropriate for, you know, serious beginners, I would say. Because they both deal with like very foundational material, you know. Form from Imagination starts you out with spheres, and the lectures in Form from Imagination are extremely foundational. You know, they start off just talking about what the fuck is a light source and what is their nature? You know, those are the first videos in the course, the nature of light, explaining diffuse reflection, specular reflection, what happens to forms when they're under a small light source, a big light source, things like that. Very foundational, the ground floor stuff. It's technically that stuff is even more foundational than a sphere, right? Because some people would think a sphere is like the basest thing you can consider in art, but it's like actually a sphere sitting on a table with light and shadow is already assuming light source and subject, right? And you can even have a discussion earlier than that, before that, which is the nature of light sources themselves. So it starts out very foundational. And principles of design within its realm also begins with the most foundational things. It starts with a design discussion focused on the elements of art. So it's, you know, you start off just talking about lines and what lines can do design-wise. And then you build up piece by piece. Lines turn into shapes, turn into values, turn into forms, turn into materials and textures. Their inverse, void, add color on top of it. So it all starts from very foundational and then builds up, builds up, builds up. And for anybody interested in the warm fuzzies of supporting me, of course, doing a course is the biggest support you can give me these days. Those are my main income these days. Ulfa says, how's the wife and your baby doing? Hope everyone's well and healthy. They're doing great. You know, we oscillate between weeks of, oh, sleep is going well, and then like this week, sleep is gone. Sleep is a distant dream. My son is the eternal dream eater. He exists only to devour people's sleep. We go back and forth on that. Romber says, any plans to do another group membership? I'm assuming you mean mentorship. Sorry if you already answered. I'll always do those. I just don't have them on a schedule. But I'll probably, I don't see myself ever quitting those. I consider them a very important part of art teaching that can't really be replaced. I would like to try them in slightly different formats and things like that. Like I'm thinking about, when I say formats, I mean, I'm thinking about, so usually when I do them, I run 2 classes. You know, I run like a Wednesday class and a Saturday class, something like that. I'm thinking of trying next time splitting the 2 classes into being quite different, doing one sort of the structured, a structured version that I haven't done before, and then doing the other one, the structureless system that I have done before. So that People kind of have an option there depending on where they feel they're at. So the structured one might be like, well, you know, I don't know. I haven't decided yet. This is just stuff I think about. But the structured one might be stuff like, it would be like maybe production design focused. So you would come in with a story that you know you want to work on, comic or something like that. And I'd run you through the production design process. You know, we'd do assets, sort of have a, you know, week by week, it'd be like, hopefully by this week, you're going to have this, then this, then this. For people who feel they want that structure while dealing with the mind stuff. And then the other workshop, none of that, the way that I normally run them, which is you have no idea what you're doing when you come in. Or most people don't. Some people come in with an idea, but most don't. And we explore art in a very structuralist way, and you kind of find what you want to do in terms of using it to address the mental problems that you're suffering in the artistic practice. So I've just thought about that, running sort of two different flavors at the same time. I reserve the right to change my mind and just do the two classes, structuralist. Goodbye, Autumn Rose. Andre says, what about the mentorship about the dream pictures? You're doing that one again? Yes, that's what I mean by the structuralist one. It's like the way the workshops work, they're a very specific thing that, like I said, it can't really be replaced. It's like we create a ritual space that you're invested in, right? You have skin in the game. You put some money down, right? You're on the ride for 4 weeks, 8 weeks, whatever it is. And unlike other classes that you would take either online or in a school, you can do anything, right? Which really means that it's possible to seek the dream pictures, and when you find them, just make them, right? Dream pictures, dream projects, whatever. We focus on the project. And this trips people up early on, but like one of the magical things about the environment is that we cut off a lot of the structures that allow people to hate themselves and to beat up on themselves. Because in the workshops, as they're done, there's no homework, right? You tell me what you're gonna do, and then I help get you to that, right? And there's the automatic accountability of the fact that you have your classmates and, you know, you're all ostensibly going for something, right? But if you show up the next week with nothing to show me, I don't care. You know, I'm not bent out of shape. There's no grade I have to give you, right? That is actually magical. That's actually a very rare situation to be in. And once you take that seriously in the workshop, it starts to reveal the boundaries and limitations and self-hatred that you are putting into the practice completely on your own, you know, because you're in a structureless environment. And it's the most amazing thing, because it leaves everybody's neuroses naked and exposed. And then because they're naked and exposed, we can just grab them like weeds in the garden and pull them out and throw them over our shoulders. I mean, it's a magical, magical thing. You can't really do it in another context because in another context, there's a grade that has to be given. So as much as people may fight to try to keep it wide open, in the end, it's always like, all right, but you need to fucking do the work by next week, and that ruins everything. You know, that makes it so that it's about these externalized motivators instead about what's really going on inside your heart, you know? It's like weirdly weirdly, like the only way to really find out what you want to do is if no one's expecting anything from you, you know? When are we starting? I don't have one on the books right now. I can't really put one on the books right now because I'm trying to figure out my personal schedule now that I have a baby, you know? If I scheduled a workshop right now, it would be very easy for it to go sideways, you know, because in a week I'll be like, oh wait, shit, I actually can't, I actually can't have class at those hours. Or I could, but I'll just be, you know, tired and not at my best as a guide. But like I said, I will do them again. I think they're essential. Oh my god, I can't erase. I keep just... Whoop. Well, that was a bad idea. It does kind of look like a little form on the teeth. I got lucky there. Amber says, okay, well, I've been waiting to take the mentorship for a while now, so tell that baby to get in line. Baby has to come first. But yeah, don't worry about it. I mean, you know, it'll be all right. Like usually when I list a workshop, I don't tell anyone I'm going to do it. And then I just make a post about it or make a video about it. And I gave nobody any heads up, and it usually sells out in a day or two. So you know, you'll be all right. You'll be able to get a seat. Just, you know, make sure you don't miss the announcement and get your seat immediately. If you're a real man, draw Fred the Bread. I don't even know who that is. I'm so unk that I don't even know who that is. Nanthal says, I heard about that course you just described. I want in on the next one too. Yeah. Like I said, just look out for the announcement. I'll try to, you know, give people somewhat of a heads up before I'm going to list it. And I think for this next one, I do have some, if I'm not mistaken, I do have some people that they like had things go wrong and like they missed previous ones. Like they had like booked and then things went sideways. So I promised them I'd get them in for the next one. So like I do think I have a few people for whom's like seats are held, you know. Would you consider any specific media to be the hardest to learn / master? No. No, not really. I mean, people traditionally say like watercolor is one of the hardest, but that's not like real in any sense, because it's like, it just means that there's certain things that you can't do with watercolor, so you don't really need to worry about those things. So is it really the hardest, All the media are beautiful and they have their own unique challenges and things like that. Cristobal says, Mr. Zapata, do you believe there is such thing as too much drawing in a day? Absolutely. I always tell people, don't empty the tank. You should go to let's say you can draw 8 hours a day. I would honestly advise, if you can do 8 hours on the clock, and no bullshit, I mean like for real, not bullshit 8 hours, 8 hours on the clock, right? You can see here, I've always got my timer running. I always know how long I'm actually drawing, right? If you could do 8 hours on the clock, don't do it. If you can do 8 hours, if that's your top, don't get all Navy SEAL and be like, I'm gonna do 8 hours every day. It's like, you're just setting yourself up for disaster. Do 6 hours if you can do 8. Leave a little gas in the tank so that when you start the next day, you've got energy. Otherwise, you're just gonna burn yourself out, and then great, you spent 2 weeks drawing 8 hours a day, and now you're not gonna draw for 6 months. It's like the gym. It's like, it would have been better if you did just a little bit every day, super consistently for years. Zedek says, why do you recommend solid beginners to do their first project based on something that already exists? Why not jump in the water right away? First off, you could do whatever the fuck you want. Let's not forget what art is, right? I give advice and all that, but you need to be, as an artist, you need to be willing to be a light unto yourself. You need to be willing to do whatever you feel is right. But for beginners, and another thing, if you're talking here about my patented project difficulty hierarchy, it's not necessarily, that's not like a tight it's not a recommendation, right? When I say beginner, intermediate, and advanced project, I'm not saying beginners should do this, intermediate should do this, and advanced should do this. It's a hierarchy of how much frustration to expect. So the beginner project, I think, is an appropriate, survivable amount of frustration for a beginner. Same for the intermediate. And I think an advanced project is going to include so much frustration that only advanced practitioners will kind of hope to survive. It's like, it's likely you're gonna bounce off. But I think that really it's fine for a beginner to do everything. Do beginner and intermediate and advanced projects, but you need to be realistic and know you're probably only gonna finish the beginner ones that you try, and it's unlikely a beginner is going to have the inner steel to finish an advanced project that they begin. But if you can, that's wonderful. It's just unlikely, right? Based on how things go for most artists. So it's not a recommendation of what you should be doing. It's a way to help contextualize how much frustration you're going to go through. So the beginner project, that is to say, it's based on something that already exists, right? I do think that that is very helpful for most beginners, because beginners don't actually understand how good stuff is and how difficult it is to make something good. So a beginner will often, to give an example that I was talking to someone about recently, a beginner may want to draw wizards, and they'll just start drawing wizards, and they think they're just going to start doing random wizards, and they're going to hope that their random wizards come out like amazing, beautiful drawings that really compel people. And 999 times out of 1,000, they won't. Because actually, doing random drawings that are beautiful and compelling is the realm of the master, not the beginner. That's not something a beginner can reasonably expect of themselves to achieve. So rather than do wizard, it would be better for most beginners to do Harry Potter, because that is already high quality material that you know is compelling and that has depth. So you're probably gonna get better drawings trying to draw Harry, Ron, or Hermione than you would if you just did a random wizard. Because like I said, a beginner doesn't know how good stuff is. You don't know that a great character design is supposed to be integrated with thematics, is supposed to foreshadow future events, that the shapes on the character design are supposed to capture the inner character of that character. Usually, if you're just drawing a random wizard, you have no mental conception of the inner character of that wizard, so there's no objective criteria for which to evaluate the shapes that might capture that inner criteria. But if you draw Harry, you have an image of him, and you know his themes, and you know his arc, and you know where he finds redemption, and you know what's going to happen to him in the future. So you do have some grounds, even as a beginner, to try to foreshadow those things in the design. You do know what his thematics are, right? You might try to include a subtle thunderbolt shape in the shapes of his robes and not just on his forehead scar, right? There's easier access to those things that actually make a character design good when you're working from quality material, as opposed to just working randomly. So that's why I recommend that for beginners. As you learn just how good stuff is, and you get a realistic benchmark for that as you progress towards advanced, then when you do a project of your own making, you do have a mental conception for how deep and thought through and sophisticated things are supposed to be, and you can try to, right off the bat, allude to those things in just a sketch. But that's a very difficult thing to do when you're a beginner. Very, very difficult thing to do. You don't, like I said, you don't really know just how much stuff you could be grappling with, even in a sketch. You know, you're too focused on, how do I plant the feet on the ground, And again, that sounds like a hard recommendation, but it isn't really. I hope you can hear in what I'm saying that it's a gauge of how much frustration to expect, right? All right, I think I'm done with that Venom. Let's do some more sketches. Maybe we'll do more Venoms, I don't know. I had fun drawing Venom. Let's never forget Kyo's trophy. Do you guys see what an incredible, you see, like I said, I'm advanced because look, in a moment, in just a split second, I didn't know I needed to design a trophy today. It just came up naturally. And look at the incredible, graceful design that I got just right off the cuff, right? Like, you guys can't do this. Beginners can't do this. You really don't, you didn't know this was on the table. It's like the proportions, the lines, the shapes, the flows, the rhythms, the repetition, the variety, the unity, baby. And the honestly insane foresight to make the handles on the trophy my ears. I mean, this, it doesn't get any better. It doesn't get any better. I guess I'm just in a Venom mood. It is what it is. The only pop culture stuff I still think is cool is like Venom and Alien. That's it. I guess I might think Carnage is cool too. He's just a red Venom, right? So. Put some negative shapes in there. Venom's just breaking and dislocating Eddie's arms in there. Venom is up there next to Spawn, of course. Spawn is pretty cool. Still too structured for me, though. Gotta draw a friggin' arm guard or whatever. That live-action Spawn movie, I mean, thinking back, I'm like, it must have been garbage, but I loved that when I was a kid. I think Joe told me recently that John Leguizamo is what is it? The Violator. And that blew my mind. I was like, no way. Like, I read it and I was like, he's got to be lying. Then I heard his voice and I was like, fuck, it is John Leguizamo. That's crazy. Is that his name? Is that the clown's name? The Violator? Hold on, I gotta hear him. No one's confirming for me if he's the Violator. Yeah, Violator Spawn. Hold on, I just gotta hear this for a second. I gotta hear Dylan. You guys are gonna hear it too.
I warned you. I'm just gonna have to teach you a lesson. No more clowning around.
No more clowning around! Hold on. Hold on, just give me...
Teach you a lesson. No more clowning around.
No more clowning around!
Or the victimizer. Or the vaporizer. Or the vibrator. And the violator!
The Violator! That's pretty cool. Watching him transform. It's pretty cool. Who did Carlos Huante work on this movie? Who designed this? Yeah, that was just about the coolest thing I'd ever seen when I was a kid. Remember seeing that for the first time and tugging on mommy's dress and going, "Mommy, how do I look like that?" Hijo, what? "Mommy, I want to look like Violator." Mommy, how do I grow horns? It's like, I don't go to the gym because I don't care about looking jacked. If going to the gym made you become a xenomorph, you guys would never see me. I'd be in the gym all day, every day. I wouldn't have a family. I would be a total gym rat. I would just be lifting weights, working on my xenomorph bod. I'd be like, yep, it's all about dedication. Just another day in the gym. Gonna get my second set of jaws any second now. Back of my head's getting longer and longer. I feel bad for pussies who don't lift all day like I do. I would absolutely be that guy. The Violator! Honorable says, important question to contextualize this. How do you define beginner, intermediate, etc.? That's all covered in my design course. In Module 1, the design mindset. Basically, to summarize it, I break it down by your projects are, I really break it down really intensely, and I think I kind of nail it on this. I break it down to, are the projects that you're doing, and it is all about projects, you know I'm really focused on project-based, are the projects that you're doing, are they based on something or are they not? Beginner, hedging close to something that already exists. Intermediate, usually a genre bend or filing the serial numbers off of something that already exists. And advanced, there's no way around it. It's like if you're doing your own thing, you're writing it, you're creative directing it, that's an advanced project. And as I was saying before, you're under no obligation to stick to beginner projects no matter what stage you're at. It's a guide for how much frustration to expect as you pursue your project. Most beginners, and it doesn't need to be this way, and there's always exceptions, but most beginners will find the degree of frustration associated with doing an advanced project, that is to say something that you're creative directing entirely on your own, they will find the degree of frustration associated with doing an advanced project so intense that they will never finish it. If they could, that would be great. But few are the beginners with the inner steel to do so. And there's many great artists who all they did since they were kids was do their own thing. But it's just not for everybody. I wish it was. So like for my demonstrations in the design course, I did an intermediate/beginner project. For my demos, I did Frankenstein. I did a video game based on Frankenstein. In spite of my best efforts and my advice and my breakdown in the course, I find that most people for their assignment, when they choose their game, they do an advanced project. They're just making it up completely on their own. And I'm fine with that because there's a ton of vigor there and I'm giving them structure through the assignments and the curriculum. But I am a little surprised to find, as I've been doing feedback and looking at people's homework, it's like, damn, still everybody's doing advanced projects. It's like, I didn't. I've been doing this a long time. I was like, I had things I needed to accomplish, reasonable deadline. I'm realistic on how difficult these things are. I was like, intermediate. That's where we're tapping out. So I turned Frankenstein into a fun hack and slash. The Violator. Let me see what I'm seeing here. Zedix asks with me chat. Zedix isn't good up until he gets that answered. What is Zed's question? Okay, I did answer it. I think. Not the ass right in our faces. Monsters have asses. At least YouTube's okay with this. If I posted this on TikTok, my account would get banned. It's happened before. Like, TikTok isn't 99% filth. Just pure horny debauchery. And these days, horny racist debauchery? Horny racist AI debauchery is most of TikTok by volume at this point. And it gets millions and millions of views, all that stuff. You post a monster butt, banned. You violated our terms of service, banned. Believe it or not, banned. You post a monster butt, banned. You post even kind of a good looking monster, banned. Believe it or not, banned. You post a 15-year-old girl dancing in skimpy clothes? Believe it or not, no problem. Millions of views. You post a monster from behind, banned. Banned. When you start a drawing like that, do you keep something like Loomis Hampton's figure construction method in your mind? No. No, Bendick. I practiced a lot of Loomis, but I found it limiting drawing from imagination. No. As I've said, all methods are training wheels. You just put them on for a while, maybe a few months, while you internalize the concept, but always, 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 any method that you're using, you then dump it. You take the training wheels off and you go back to two-wheeling. Free, riding, feeling the wind in your face. You return to your intuitive method of drawing. That's what all the greats had to do. None of your favorite artists are sitting there Loomising their way to their awesome designs. Everybody returns to their intuitive natural hand. The only great artists who wind up doing a method invariably are the ones who turned their natural hand into a named method. So it's like, yeah, they're, you know, let's say Mike Matessi's Force, right? It's like, that's just how he drew. He called it Force, so it's his little method. So, of course, he draws with force all the time. It is his natural hand. You don't need to draw using the force method all the time. Same goes for Hampton, Bridgman, Loomis, Watts. It's like, don't get confused by the people who named their natural hand and then it became a method and think, oh, well, they always draw that way. I'm supposed to always draw that way. It's like, no, that's just, it's a confusing side effect of the fact that they gave a name to the way they naturally draw. It's like, if I named the way that I draw Zapatism, you might get confused and think, oh, that's the way to go, and he has it structured. It's like, no, I just gave a name to the incidental natural way that I draw, and so of course I will forever draw within Zapatism, but you shouldn't. You need to go back to youism. Steven, you can just name your current method for marketing purposes. I've thought of that before. I know you're kidding, but I've thought of that before, and I know it would work. It would do something, and I don't do it because I just, like I said, I know that would only confuse people further. It would bother me morally. My jaw is killing me. I must have been tensing my jaw all night for some reason. Nifty Nozzle says, "Oh Lord Steven, can I ask, what was the #1 lesson you learned from your time at art school?" That I can't do it all. Art school was a very humbling experience that, you know, I'm a very like energetic, I can do everything, sort of explosive manic delusions of grandeur kind of a guy, naturally. And art school helped bring me to earth a bit. It was very, it was very good for me to work alongside freaks, you know, as we like to say on here. To be surrounded by just really, really high quality artists and putting up on the board with them. A lot of brutal lessons, a lot of brutal lessons. It's like, it is Venom, but it doesn't look like Venom until you make him black. Or gray, or dark blue. Or purple. Is Venom ever like a really noticeable like blue in the comics? Or is he purple? I know I saw some pictures from Marvel Rivals that there's like a cyan version of Venom in Marvel Rivals, but is that an actual color he's ever been in the comics? Or does he always lean purple if he's going to be a color? You mean there is stuff the amazing Steven cannot do? Yeah, I mean, you're just, it's an amazing experience. Like, I don't know. I mean, you guys ever had to put up art next to Ahmed fucking Aldoori? Next to Ross Strand? Next to all the other awesome people I went to school with? It's a rough shake, man. You'll get humbled quick. Tuo says, I have to ask, how do you make hatching like that? My hatching lines are too soft / blurry. Well, they're soft and blurry because you're insecure about them probably. And you're insecure because you're probably not using them to create forms. Like, I don't really think about my hatches. I'm not focused on them. I'm just trying to create the forms that I want. And if I focus on the forms and designing them beautifully, the hatches automatically come out good looking. The cyan color Venom they added for Marvel Rivals is a reference to Marvel vs. Capcom's Blue Venom. Oh, that makes sense. Oh, man. Forgot about that guy. That guy looks fucking awesome. We look at Marvel vs. Capcom's. I used to play Marvel vs. Capcom. The laundromat that I used to go to when I was in college. That was the only... They had a Marvel vs. Capcom arcade cabinet there. So every time I'd do my laundry, I wouldn't go home. I'd stay for the whole wash dry cycle and I'd just play Marvel vs. Capcom over and over again. And you couldn't play it well because one of the sticks was busted. Like you couldn't go like the top right of the stick had lost its sensitivity, so you couldn't like jump forward, but I still just sat there looking at all the art, playing it over and over again. Yeah, damn, that's a cool Venom. Did Bendis, what's his name? Bendis? Did Bendis do the art for Marvel vs. Capcom too? Is Bingus his name? Or that's what I call my dog. It's probably not Bingus. It's Bendis? Bengus? Okay, I see it. The cyan Venom in Marvel Rivals is a reference to Marvel vs. Capcom. Very cool. So how do I measure or keep the character on form for a comic, etc., without something like Loomis? Seems scary to just two-wheel it. That's what you do. I mean, very few people are... The truth is that frame to frame, in most comics and everything, the character isn't perfectly on model. It's all about expression and all of that. You know, you read Berserk or something like that. If you look very closely, if you take your impressed goggles off, you'll see that Guts' face is shifting from frame to frame. You don't need to be perfectly on model. The thought that you need to be just makes you seize up and then you draw shitty. You know, through mileage, you're gonna be able to make the character look like the character just because you have a natural, like, you could just feel it. His eyes are too high, jaw's not big enough. Like, you have a 3D model of them in your head that's kind of what you keep pinging. You don't have to measure anything. You know, all that measuring stuff is just gonna make you lock up. And at best, you'll get a drawing that's on model and accurate and looks boring as fuck and no one wants to look at. So take your pick, you know? Tuo says, I mean like the clean gap your lines have between them. Maybe my lead is too soft. Do you use hard lead? The clean gap between them. I mean, that's a mechanical thing. That's just, you know, I mean, pencils are my bitch. I mean, I can make them do anything. Like, I've probably drawn hundreds of millions of lines in my life. So, I just, you know, it's just, you know, I could make them touching. I can space them however I want. I could put lines between lines. Like, that's just a mechanical thing. I wish I could go to art school. I'm craving my ass out lonely to achieve some basic drawing skills. Well, you don't need to go to art school to get basic drawing skills. You can definitely, I think art school is best for like community and things like that. And that's no small thing. A lot of people need that. Oh fuck, my jaw hurts today. What happened? This never happens to me. Must be stressed or something. Oh my God. This is what TMJ feels like? I've never woken up with my jaw tight ever before. Nifty Nowl says, I will never forget that it doesn't matter how good you are, somewhere there is always a 9-year-old who will always do it better. That's right. Med was savage for saying that. Damn. Savage for saying what? Zedek says, remember Med saying that he didn't know you got accepted when he first met you. Life is crazy. Yeah, he was over my apartment meeting up with my roommate, I think. And that's where I met him. And I think we all wound up going out together that night. Yeah, I'm not sure if that's... Well, look, I'm always the first to say, like, I was terrible, you know? It's like, you know, that conversation that sometimes comes up around art schools where it's like, you're accepting a bunch of people they shouldn't even be accepting, just like prop up the finances of the school. Like, you're taking portfolios from people who like suck too much and things like that. Probably in that context. Oh, thank you. You're welcome. That's very nice of you. Thank you so much. Probably in that context back then, someone having that conversation would have held up my portfolio and been like this guy, you know? You would have used me as an example of the corrupt bureaucracy of art school and how you're giving false hope to people who clearly shouldn't be getting into the program. Do you still have that portfolio? Yeah. It's probably here somewhere. Buried in a box somewhere. My work was no good, but I think my portfolio showed that just through sheer volume, I think it showed that I was I was a hard worker. But yeah, I have no talent, I have no grace. Nothing came easy. So, I have no trouble understanding how I got in. My portfolio showed that I was taking it very seriously and that I was willing to do a shit ton of work. But I was definitely, I don't know how, I don't know how to get across it. I have no talent. Nothing in art came naturally to me. I had to manually improve at everything. And the contrast, in a place like Art Center, the contrast between me and a freak, someone who does have talent out of the box, in a place like that, the contrast is going to be stark. All right, that drawing's got a good start. I don't know if I'm going to do it. I don't know if I'm going to do the marker pass on it like I did on this one, just because it's a long, laborious process. But I'll at least render a little more. But I'm going to use the restroom again because that coffee cut right through me, and my wife brought me some lunch that I'm going to eat, so I'll eat and talk for a bit. Dude. Oh my god, the dogs. The dogs. All right, let's see. Steven, have you done barg drawings in the past? And if so, do you recommend it for personal progress? Yes, I have. And yeah, I do recommend them. They're a great initial, they reveal a very important thing about form, which is that even with just 2 tones, if you carefully model the transition from light to shadow, that will give you 3-dimensional solidity. Oh my God. Something's up. My jaw is so tight I can barely open my mouth to take a bite. Why can't I scroll down with my damn... Steven, do you love Berserk? I didn't know that. I do think it's a great piece of art, but I wouldn't say I'm like a super fan or something. I didn't finish it. I read some of it. Adam Waldron Art says, impressed goggles, so real. Yeah, it's a thing. When you're analyzing people's work, you need to take off your impressed goggles. And that's a definitive mode you can step into. Nanthil says, since you believe in choosing projects depending on the level of the artist, do you recommend practicing for the project during the project, or is that what you do after? Yeah, practice for it during. My usual, I've said this many times, but split your drawing time in half if you can. Do the project first. Use that to reveal where you're struggling in a way that matters for the projects you care about. And then in the second half of your session, practice the thing that you discovered you're lacking in. Juice the Comeback says, do you still have that portfolio? Oh, wait, I already answered that. Yeah, I have it somewhere. I don't have the digital files anymore, I don't think. I think those are lost, but I still have the original 11 by 17 folios that I actually mailed to Art Center as my application. I still have those. They give those back to you, of course. And yeah, I still have those. Zane Artist says, Steven, I just want to say you really helped me a lot. Like your streams still give me hope and always pushing me harder and becoming good in whenever I feel off, your streams cheer me up and get me back. I'm very happy to hear that, Zane. They make me feel better too. So I'm happy to provide that for others. How does practice or improvement fit into the project-based learning? Oh, that's also Nantho. Yeah, like I said, I kind of already answered that. Just I recommend splitting it 50-50. The problem that most artists in this era have is that they waste 5 years just practicing skills in the abstract that actually have nothing to do with the things that they're going to want to do in the long run in their art practice. They're learning perspective just because they think they have to know perspective to be a badass artist. And then in 10 years, they're going to realize that the kind of art that they want to do actually doesn't need any goddamn perspective. And I hate to tell you, but that means that you could have saved a lot of time, right? You need to be interfacing with your actual creativity over and over and over again to actually help vet what the fuck you're supposed to be learning. Damn. You have to show it. It needs its own stream. You mean the portfolio? I've put it on Instagram before. I've flipped through it on Instagram. It's not like some secret thing. Oh God, my jaw. Now you guys would probably use that portfolio for unwholesome motivations. You'd look at it just to say, oh, I'm better than he was, and then you'd sit on your ass. It's the wrong way to look at it. Like I said, the drawings were horrible, but I was showing that I work harder than just about anybody. So it'd probably be unhealthy for me to highlight it now. It would just be give you all an excuse to not keep pursuing your dreams. You all draw better than the stuff in the folio. I assure you of that. Just take that, believe me when I say that. You all draw better than what's in that folio, top to bottom. Suplex Mess says, I feel what I miss in my art journey is people working the same kind of stuff, getting an exchange and feedback with them. Finding just information online doesn't just cut it. Yeah, it doesn't. You should consider finding community. Community is very important. What do you do when nothing comes easy? Keep going. Autumn Rose says, and you're perfectly okay with that now? Oh, I see. Okay with that now? Like having no talent? Yeah, of course. I mean, I don't give a fuck. I have one life. I don't believe I'm going to be reborn after my lights go out into a life where I have talent. This was the hand I was dealt. I love drawing. I want to keep drawing. No talent? Fuck it. I don't care. I don't get another shot. It is what it is, you know? Chris says, how do we get advanced like you if all we are doing is making master copies of comics and figure drawings? No. You guys are really misunderstanding me. Again, I've said this many times. A beginner can do advanced projects. I think they should do advanced projects. And what is this implication that you are supposed to do what someone like me tells you to do? That's not how artists are supposed to think. I'm some fucking guy on YouTube. You have no idea who I am. You have no idea who I am. Why is that sub-layer there where you have to take seriously what I tell you to do with your art practice? If you want to do something else, shoot me with a gun and bury me forever and never think about me again. That is how an artist is supposed to think. That is how that mewling, permission-seeking undertone is going to fuck up your whole life. Delete that. Delete that. It is an assessment of how much frustration to expect. And I never said that a beginner project is that you're supposed to be doing master copies and doing fan art. I said a beginner project is just doing something based on something that already exists, like illustrating a book. Go illustrate Harry Potter or Name of the Wind or something like that. That's a hard fucking job. A super hard job. Even advanced practitioners would have a very difficult time nailing doing illustrations for Harry Potter. It's a very difficult thing to do. It just makes the unknown unknowns of art a little bit more clear when you're working from quality material. Can't tell you guys anything, I swear to God. Any advice you give about art online, everybody reacts like that's the end all be all. It has to be perfect. I have to understand exactly how to do it. What the fuck? Where'd you guys learn how to be artists? Be a light unto yourselves. Downing pizza with water, you say, I can't drink soda anymore. It thickens your spit. Can't enjoy it anymore. Nantha Rodriguez says, I think I know of a project I would enjoy now. That's so cool. Yeah. I am the greatest living art coach, without a doubt. I've proven that to myself over and over and over again. Zen Morningstar says, I appreciate you and your no BS attitude. I'm just angry. I'm an angry fucker. I'm not angry at you guys. I'm angry at the culture that did this to you. Huron Summer says, what do you think about people that don't eat the crusty end of the pizza and why they should be in prison? In prison, not prison. I mean, they've just never gone hungry. You would never skip the crust if you've ever had to ration groceries. Okay. Nemogtist said, on the benches for me, art side of the brain is feeling the lift. Can everybody else in the chat just confirm, is it that I'm too unk to understand all of that Gen Z, Gen Alpha gibberish? Or is he just speaking nonsense? Is it nonsense or is it slang that I'm too unk for? Because half of Nemogtist messages, it's actually so deep in that I have no idea what they're getting at. Can I just get a little corroboration from the chat? I don't care. Just let me know. Is it me or is it them? What about pineapple on pizza? Yes or no? I've been known to like a Hawaiian. It's been many years. But I like it. It wouldn't be my first choice. Damn it. Autumn Roses, Hawk267 Ua actually made me laugh. I've been talking too much. My pizza got cold. But I gotta finish it. I have to admit, the crust is hard to get through with my locked up jaw. Okay, so the vibe on the chat, their answer to me is low taper fade onto Nightmare Freddy. Unk still got it. You gotta embody the skibidi if you want the yeet. Yeah, so inconclusive. I still have no idea what's going on. Quite inconclusive. Oh, it's bad. Do you like comic book art / reading, Steven? No, I don't really read comics. I've read like Watchmen and V for Vendetta and thought they were incredible, but that's really about it. Okay. Finally, an explanation. Nanthil says, if I were to try to guess, I think he's saying on the benches for me, meaning, okay, I'm done drawing for today. Okay. And art brain is feeling the lift, as in I drew a lot and now my brain is fried. That makes sense. So the answer is I'm too unk. Yeah, it is crazy though. Like, yeah, I'm feeling it. I actually could not penetrate that sentence at all, and it turns out there is a logical translation of it. So, wow. Casey Fam says, oh wow, are you a communist? And what if I am? And what if I fucking am? American capitalism has all of you fucked right the fuck up, so might be time to try something different. Half the art angst that I've resolved for people is just like capitalist self-loathing. Just from having been turned into entrepreneurs of the self who base their self-worth on market valuation. It's like, it's an insidious, evil thing. It's got you all messed up in the head. I yearn to be a part of the Chinese workforce. That's not going to save you either. Sorry, had to quickly wash my hands. We all know you can't draw with food grease on your hands. You're going to lose your grip on the pencil. It's going to slip wildly out of your fingers. You're going to make errant lines. It'd be like trying to shoot a gun with your hands buttered. Can't do that. Can't be doing that, dog. I took your Secrets of Shading course on Proco and really enjoyed it. Glad to hear it. Proco courses are on sale too, by the way. Proco's got a sale going all month. So the couple of things I have up on Proco, they are on sale if you've ever been interested. Nice way to dip your feet into the extended Zapata-verse if you've ever been curious. Oh, it's all on sale. Proco, Form from Imagination, Design Fundamentals. Oh, it's all on sale. Lord, deliver us from these incredible savings. And the Lord said to his son, all the courses will be 20% off. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. 20% off at least. The wholesome thank you messages being scared in this ocean of dank comments is extremely funny. Pardon my French, but have you ever drawn something in pointillism? Dot spamming? No. Well, maybe one thing. Not color pointillism. Black and white pointillism. I need capitalism Zapata to sell me big comfy. Yeah, I'm working on it. Talking to the vendors. Talking with all sorts of vendors, trying to see how are we going to make big comfy. The ultimate big comfy. Right feel, very warm, a little squishy, nice loose neck, need a loose neck, a lot of give around the shoulders, so nothing's tight around those pivot points. Pouch, keeping your hands warm while you think? I don't know. I think people would probably be pretty split on the pouch. Pouch enjoyer personally. I like a pouch. I do like a pouch. Zap fanny pack, pencil pouch. It's like, what if there was a pencil case in the hand pouch, you know? So every time you need to change pencils, you can put it in that nice warm place and rummage around trying to find the pencil by feel. Extremely impractical, but it sounds weirdly comfy to me. I just want that so that I can have a whole pencil set that I just keep in there so that I always have a pencil with me. I hate finding myself in the kitchen or something and wanting to sketch something on a scrap piece of paper and I'm like, damn, don't have a pencil. Kyo says, wait, YouTube didn't like my comment. It hit it from the top chat. Yeah, it does that. YouTube censors things if it gets in its head and thinks something's weird. I get messages from people all the time thinking that I censored them. They have no idea. It's like, it's YouTube first. Of course it is. You can see my hands. You can see that I'm not over here censoring people. It's like you could track your comment to exactly what I was doing at that moment. You can see I was fucking drawing. I know, Kyo, this isn't what you said, but it's just like... It's like, of course YouTube has a problem with the schizophrenic conspiracy theory that you tried to expound in chat. Hitoshiro gives 20 euros. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Hitoshiro, who says, here's my small contribution for your little boy's coffee. Thank you for still being awesome, by the way. Thank you so much. And it's my pleasure, truly, to continue being awesome. I appreciate the donation, and don't worry, it will be turned into pure, uncut, light roast, piping hot, Colombian coffee. For my little boy. I really don't like dark. Light or medium. I actually don't know. Can you get Colombian coffee in... Colombian coffee is always medium roast, I think. Can you get light roast Colombian coffee? I actually don't know that. I don't think it's labeled that way, actually. My Colombian coffee doesn't say a roast type on it. It just says Colombian coffee. Anyway, I am going to serve it to my baby in a bottle at 210 degrees Fahrenheit. And he's gonna love it. I buy cheap coffee, so it's usually light on details. Thanks again, Hitoshiro. That was very kind. Joel says, God damn, you made that back good. Goated for real, for real. Goated for real, man. I love the back. I love a good back. It's a lot of fun to draw, even when you have to be accurate. And once you understand it and you can transform it, super fun. It's just like just abstract enough and flexible enough that it's like gives you good cues to make it still feel like a back, but it's still so flexible to like do whatever you want with it. Backs are a lot of fun. See, with Venom, we could do whatever we want, so I can explore, like punching holes in him like that there. Like not just the tendrily stuff, but like weird abstract stuff like that. Twerking his little heart out. Kyo says, What is this chat? Can't handle a graceful drawing. Things have butts. Something I'll never get TikTok to understand. It's just the raw truth of the situation. Things have butts. Venom's gonna have a donk on him. It is what it is. The Marvel Rivals Venom, he's got a donk on him. You gotta do it right. You gotta do it right. It's like Frazetta. Frazetta did it right. All of his male heroes, they had some asses on them. And that's good. That's better. That feels right, you know? Pause. I don't like the I know that it's done for shape design and stylistic reasons, but the modern superhero thing where the male heroes have these tiny little pocket butts, it's like any Major League Baseball player has a more bodacious ass than that. It's like the gluteal chain is where an athlete gets most of their power. It's like that's where your drive comes from. Frazetta understood that. All of his dudes have robust, powerful asses. It makes them feel powerful. Look at any power lifter. Look at any bodybuilder. I mean, not understanding that is just lack of anatomical knowledge. That's it. Baby brain. Goodbye, user. Nanthal says, I feel like I have a project in mind that I would enjoy, but can you offer recommendation how to scope so it doesn't turn into an endlessly expanding project, or is that more open? Yeah, I can't tell you how to scope it when you're doing it completely on your own, you know. In something like my design course, I control the scope, so obviously there I help someone reel it in, but make a chart, you know. If you're doing it on your own, no one else can tell you how to scope it. Make an Excel sheet with everything that you think you want to do for the project, and when you see it laid out visually, see if you look at it and think, I'm in trouble. Frazetta used to play baseball, so he knew from firsthand. Yeah, he spent a lot of time patting ass in baseball, so he knew. He knew firsthand. Burhan Arlson says, yeah, power comes from the legs and butt. Fighters say it all the time too. Yeah, I mean, like I said, to think otherwise is just lack of anatomical knowledge, lack of understanding the kinesthetics of the body. That's all it is. That's why I do align more with Frazetta. And whenever I see those little baby butts that they put on superheroes and stuff, I'm like, I don't know how to put this or do something weird. It's like, I got friends with better asses than that. That's not a superhero. It's like, I got friends who don't work out who have better asses than that. Come on. What is this? Autobro says, like, it's not gay to have major ass. Yes, that's it. Thank you. I don't know. The art world is so stupid. And people looking at art are so stupid. It's just like, all right, because you drew an ass, there must be some... Because you're a guy who drew a guy's ass, there must be some gay undertone here, right? It's like, no, not at all. Unless thinking there's a gay undertone will make you buy the original from me because you're gay. In which case, absolutely there's a gay undertone. Of course there is. Omar says, "Aw, thanks, dude." Yeah, you might be an example of a friend of mine having a more bodacious ass than some people's superheroes. No, what you're an example of friends that I have having crazier forearms than some superheroes people draw. Every time I see like your hands working in a video or something, it was like, you look like a gorilla. You have like, from the elbow down, you have like a gorilla's anatomy. It's crazy. It is absolutely nuts. I wonder what would happen if I tried to marker over something this worked up. I couldn't go this dark. Maybe if I went to like a C5 or something like that. It would take a long time to dot it in. A tip for people who want to use markers. You can go over pencil with alcohol markers. Usually people are annoyed there because it will smear the graphite around. You can do it. You just need to do a first pass where instead of scrubbing, you dot, 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 dot. It takes a long time, but because you're just pressing straight down into the paper, the graphite won't smear. And then that first layer will lock the graphite in place. So after you let it dry, which only takes a couple seconds really for alcohol markers, the graphite is locked for most intents and purposes. So then you can do other layers over it and the graphite won't smear all over the place. But it does take a long time to do. You need to be very patient to dot, 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 dot. Alexander Arvik says, okay, hear me out. It's not gay, but it's making me feel gay. That's fine. I'm good with it. I am good with it. I do my art for my reasons, and you enjoy it for yours. Coming next Christmas, the Gay Venom calendar. This Venom's bringing gifts all year round. Is that what queer baiting would be? Is that what it's called? Is it gay baiting or queer baiting? But queer baiting is when you let people think you're gay when you're not, right? Dude, I'm not saying I'm gay, but if I make Venom gay, but he's not a real person. Well, if I make gay Venom, he is gay in that drawing. So is that, then that's not queer baiting, that's queer deliverance, right? You know, we talk philosophy here. This channel is all about philosophy. Does the paper alter the amount of smudging that happens? Not really. I don't find that. Thanks, Pick Nguyen. Dian Stoy says, I'm paranoid about people making assumptions from the figures I draw, and this guy straight up goes life drawing to gay bars. I've been known to do it. That's the place where they're most likely to hire the kinds of models I want to work from. Most life drawings are, by volume, they mostly get pretty women, which is fine. I've done a million drawings of pretty women at life drawing in my time. But you see the kind of stuff that I draw from my head, that I choose to draw, and just to be aligned with the work, my money's on the gay bar, dude. But look, let's be clear, people. If there was a bar that would hire monsters to pose, I'd be at that bar. You'd never see me at the straight bar or the straight life drawing or the gay bar. I'd be at the lab where they're making the genetically altered monstrosity pose. It's like I said before, mommy, daddy, how do I become a xenomorph? Both count. Queer baiting and gay baiting is the same thing. Okay, so they're interchangeable terms. I gotta sneeze 1 second. Oh no, my headphones are dying. No. They're gone. The stream is just far too powerful. It's far too powerful. Too many bits. Too great in duration. My headphones dying always let me know I've been streaming for 4.5 hours. Yeah, just about. Are you familiar with the art channel Draw Sessions? He's a really good creature designer. I think a lot of his content is similar to yours. I think I've seen it before. I don't really have any subscriptions anymore. So I'm not subbed to anybody. I'm not subbed to anybody I don't know personally right now. So, but that does sound familiar. I'm pretty sure I've seen it before. Have you seen the muscle suits? Way more than just fur? Oh my God. Muscle suits. I have not seen that. I'm already afeared. Let's make this hand a little crazier. I hear my son crying. Immediate primal reaction. Steven Zapata, should I start an art project? Yeah. Yeah, you should. Hello, Jordan. Bick says, how's your baby boy doing, Steven? He's doing great. He craves the black coffee, like Garl Bard says. Autumn Rose says, I know there's a way to manage stress while trying to chip away at a skill that's just been eating at you, like working on a project while improving anatomy or anything else. Yeah. I mean, I think I get what you're saying. Sounds like you answered your own question. You work on the project. You work on the project, and the project is your gateway to practicing the anatomy that you need to practice. I think most people find that much less stressful in the long run. Autumn Rose says, no, I don't know the way, Steven. That's the problem. Yeah, but that's it. It's like doing a project. No, but I need to do it separately. You don't. You're telling yourself you need to do it separately. Doing a project reduces most people's stress because it takes it doesn't remove all these criteria, but it adds criteria for success that aren't just about skill. On raw skill, you're guaranteed to fail because your taste is based on the freaks, on the best people in the world who have been doing this forever. Your taste isn't based on the mediocre and beginner level of work. Your taste is based on the absolute best stuff in the world. So it's guaranteed you can't do that. And it's irrational to think anything else. So if you're only basing your success on raw skill, you're going to be stressed out, you're going to fail, you're going to get depressed, you're going to want to quit. Working to project adds criteria you can fulfill, like, did I finish the fucking project? Does it communicate the story that I'm trying to tell? Does it allow this product to be shipped or to be sold or something like that? There's all sorts of different criteria. And when you check those boxes, you get the dopamine rush that you're not gonna get from skill for another 30 fucking years. So it is less stressful for most people to stay on project. So you don't need to do it separate. That is a lie that you're telling yourself to keep yourself in a self-abusive art cycle. If you want to get better at anatomy, think of a project like a big booty Venom Christmas calendar that will give you 12 delicious reasons to practice your anatomy, and when you're done, you get to sell the big booty Venom calendar. It's that simple. It's that simple. Autumn Rose says, man, I wish you weren't right. Me too. It's not going to be good and I just have to live with that? Yeah. It isn't. It isn't going to be good. Not in the abstract. Goodbye, Charlie. Now, Alexander says, too late, I already patented the big booty Venom calendar idea. Sorry. Now none of us can do it. You already patented it. It is what it is, folks. We can't make the big booty Venom calendar. What was that? Was that Andrew Cuomo? I'm the only one who can stand up to the Big Booty Venom calendar. Everybody else is just gonna give you the Big Booty Venom calendar. I know we can't make it. He already patented it. Well, you know, the great thing about working on stream is that this version of the drawing will always be captured on stream. So even if I destroy it, I can always take a screen cap from stream or something like that. So maybe I'll experiment with this one, having this much pencil work underneath, see what happens if we throw some marker over it. I'll take a photo real quick. But I need a lighter. I need like a C5. I'll be right back. What are your thoughts on inner demons or the inner critic? I don't know if you've ever talked about first time? First stream? First day discovering the channel? And it's completely dry, this C3. Yeah, if you go back, like that's my whole channel is that. If you go back in the archives, all streams, all the videos, you'll hear nothing but the eternal fight against the art demon. The inner demon that enlivens us and that hurts us. The bigger risk here is not ruining the drawing, it's that this C5 isn't going to have enough juice to cover this entire venom. Easy, perverts. Just walk it back, all right? Take it easy. Let's lower the temperature in here. We're all getting a little sweaty. All getting a little sweaty. Tired of waking up sweaty? Do 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 do. Inner demon, just put the dry markers with the other markers. Yeah. Did do that. All right, dry, right? I think so. Wait, are all these on my left actually dry? Shit. I'm still gonna forget. I mean, even if I pile them all up on the left over there, as soon as stream's done, I'll be like, and I'll just scoop them all together. So you can see what I'm doing here. To not smear the graphite around, instead of streaking with the marker, I'm doing dots. Trying to flood to get it even. I'm not trying to make it perfect. I'll get a little, I don't mind getting some little specks of white in between the dots, just to make it sparkle a little. Yeah, it's when you streak it across, that's when you start getting some. Even into gray markers, when the gray of the pencil starts mixing in there, it's always kind of a gross effect. And I should have some ink refills somewhere, but God help me if I remember where. I've got them in some satchel somewhere that I can't ever remember where I last saw it. Patience. One little thing at a time. Jesus. Autumn says, streak your marker juice across Venom's muscles. Welcome to the Steven Zapata art streams. We take art very seriously around here. I gotta get the Copics out again sometime. They're good. Always loved them. They were the markers I learned how to use markers with, so they feel very natural to me. When I was put through marker boot camp back in the day, when I went to college, and right before college in night program while I was applying, it was all Copics. Before I ever had to render cubes and spheres in pencil, I had to do them in Copics. Real pain in the ass. Took a class in Art Center's night program where the homework every week for 14 weeks was some variation on 6 sheets, big sheets, like 18 by 24 sheets of marker paper. And on the 6 sheets, you had 4 geoforms on each. So it was 24 geoforms every week. So it was like 6 sheets, and on each sheet, a rendered cube, a rendered sphere, a rendered cylinder, a rendered cone. In the first week, they were all white. Second week, they were all gray. Third week, they were white, gray, and black. Fourth week, they were multi-tone, so a cube had, you know, white side, gray side, black side, / Rubik's Cube style. And then the week after that, they were all in color. And then the week after that, they were all different materials. And then the week after that, they were in scenes. I mean, I spent more on marker fluid than I did on the class. The tuition for the class was cheaper than the marker fluid. How much GSM is this paper? I don't know. It's the Moleskine paper, Moleskine sketchbook paper. It doesn't, you know, you could see the marker bleeds completely through. That's why I have a sheet of marker paper under it so that it doesn't destroys the back of this sheet, but not the next page. If that marker paper wasn't there, it would totally destroy the back of the page. Well, my marker is indeed drying out. All right, well, that's not nearly far enough, so I got to go look for my marker fluid. Wait, I think I found it immediately. Oh, that's gold, baby. Read 'em and weep, fools. Look at that. That's like $1,000 worth of Copic marker fluid right there, fools. Oh, shit. I have an unopened C8. This is what I should be drawing with. I got all the C8 you could ever hope for. C6, close enough. I could refill with this. And I'm so crazy that I'll put C6 and C5 and just hope I never notice in the future. Should have C5. I don't know why I'd only have evens. Am I that kind of a sicko? Here's C4. Some C3 I could refill. Tell me I don't have C5. Tell me. I got everything but. Don't do me like that. Don't do me like that past me. Oh, yes. Got it. C5. Oh, yeah. Oh, my God, but not a lot. Not a lot left of C5. Let me get a paper towel just in case. You guys will never know what it's like. You guys will really never know what it's like. You guys will never know what it's like to walk out to the living room, see your son, have your wife and son say, "You still working?" And then have to go, "Yeah, I'm really busy in there. Sorry, can't come out to play, can't hang out. Really busy in there. Tough day at the office, drawing venom butts." Or I get to feel like an alchemist, carefully dropping to the beaker. Not spilling a drop doing that is pure muscle memory. Just so you know, you guys would spill everywhere. You guys would spill all over the place. Doing that refill without spilling a drop, pure muscle memory from having done that hundreds and hundreds of times. What is this song? What is this song? I don't know. I was gone. Anyone know what it was? It was probably, if I go back a couple, it was probably X verse 0 that you were bopping to. X verse 0 from Mega Man X5. Or the opening stage. That was risky, doing anything like putting my headphones on with the refill still uncapped on my desk. You knock this over, you're fucked. This stuff will never come out of anything. I set the music back so that we could try to find that one that Autumn was looking for. All right. Let's see if the ink has permeated the marker yet? It has. All right, we're back to it. Like I said, if you're gonna do this, patience. Patience is key. It takes a long time, but you get impatient, you just start streaking, you ruin it. One of the great things about traditional media, they force you to slow the f down. See a plane that I want to exaggerate before I lock it in. Hold on, let me exaggerate a couple planes down here because they're going to disappear when the marker goes over them. Anirudh says, Steven, I was gone for 4 hours. Crazy to see you were still here. Today is long stream day. Time flies when you're drawing, baby. I didn't even feel that. I felt nothing. My endurance, it's incredible. And never forget that my endurance just comes from how fun I find drawing to be. When are you guys gonna get on my level? It's like I don't need to endure when it's my favorite thing in the world to do. In the immortal words of Arnold, it's like I'm in heaven all the time. It's like I'm coming all the time. So I'm always in heaven. You say that, Iho? You say that on the internet, Iho? I'm just trying to keep them entertained, Mom. Sí, but Iho. Hey, Steven, have you ever done professional comic book work? No, I have not. I'm not a sequential artist. I've done some stuff for myself, but not professionally. I just like to make one image, you know? The closest thing I've done, besides the stuff that I've done for myself, is like the closest thing I've done professionally is like keyframes, often for presentations and stuff like that for the client. Those are really more like storyboards though. They're like storyboards but without shot direction. So they can be very sequential, but you basically just click through them on a PowerPoint for presentation purposes. Like an animatic for how a story moment's gonna go. A layout for some end credits. Or if you're like working in theme parks, it's almost like a storyboard for what it's going to be like to go on the ride, something like that. That's the closest I've done for like work. I think you would do good at comic covers. How do you get that kind of work? I imagine that you sort of post fan art and then it reaches the right people. But that's the thing. See, I don't really do fan art, so I don't really see myself ever getting into that sector, you know? Oh, the marker is so juicy now that it's just been refilled. Feels like I'm sewing or something. Stitching together all these little waves, all these little dots of marker. Really feels like I'm putting down stitches. What grammage of paper are you drawing on? It's pretty heavy, but nothing crazy. It's a sketchbook. It's the moleskin sketchbook paper, which is good paper. But these are alcohol markers, and almost nothing does great against alcohol markers. I kind of like the way that, even though it destroys paper, I do like the way that it kind of sinks into regular drawing paper. It doesn't sit so saturated on the surface. Kind of gets absorbed. The quote-unquote ideal surface for marker is a marker paper, of course, but that's very thin. I wonder what would happen. Could I get a little bit of that purplish venom undertone if I fill in some of these white spots with violet? Something to explore. Narcissa Lazarus says, good news for me. I just remade a piece of mine from 2023 and turns out I improved a lot. Just wanted to brag. Congratulations. Congratulations. You did it. Now bragging time is over. On to the next thing. You know, I didn't bother to check, but I probably should have. Venom probably has some spider symbol on his back too, doesn't he? Anyway, like I said, I never cared much for being on model. Visitor says, think on his chest. Yeah, he doesn't have anything on his back. On his chest, I know. He has pretty much the same white symbol and it connects to the one in the front. Well, it's too late now to add it. It is what it is. The beauty of traditional. I could add it with like white paint or something, but then that'll clash with the marker. It's almost time to refill again. Watch is dead. All right, I'm gonna have to refill yet again. Sneaking a little purple in here. Just a little variety. Joe says, Stephen, I did some sketching in ink, something I never do. After your last design stream, I enjoyed the simplicity of one tool to help focus only on ideation and not beautifying, no extra stuff. So thanks for the inspo. It is great, right? Really just forces you to just look at the design. For those wondering, yes, I'm counting drops. Somewhere between 35 and 40 drops is a safe fill. If you overfill it, when you turn the marker over, you'll spill marker fluid everywhere. It'll come running out of the pen. Need to give it a while to permeate the actual reservoir. And it is not a good idea. I know it looks like it's shaped for, like, oh, this nozzle is just supposed to go straight down into the well of the marker. Do not do that. You put that nozzle right in there and squeeze the body of the refill. The reservoir isn't going to absorb the ink fast enough and it'll come pouring out the top and get everywhere. So as annoying as it looks, and it is annoying, the safest thing is to do what I do and hold it over and just count drops. Hey, Stephen, do you have any Proco courses coming up? Nothing being worked on right now. I may put a like Form from Imagination on there at some point. But no new ones. All right, I'm gonna stop listening to music for a bit, but you guys can still hear it. My big cans, I can only wear them for so long. Are my AirPods charged? Maybe I'll just be in silence for a little bit. It does look like my AirPods are charged again. Do you like drawing with ballpoint pens? Has become my go-to tool lately. Yeah, it's a great tool. You can do a surprising amount of shading with them. Free from work, time to get home and draw for a bit? You got it. Steven, have you ever danced with the devil in the pale moonlight? Of course I have. Haven't we all? Sooth Balthazar says, why don't you swipe the marker like kids do in school? And what implies this process? Yeah, I mentioned it a bunch of times already. On the first pass, going over pencil with an alcohol marker, you'll dissolve the pencil if you swipe it. It'll start streaking and you'll sort of lose the support of the value structure that you have underneath, and it'll dirty the color of the marker. If you just press it in and do dots, 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 you won't destroy the pencil underneath. You guys can barely see it just because it's far away and a little glared. If I zoom way in, you can see, even though it's very low contrast because how dark the marker is, all the pencil has been preserved because the marker has just been pushed down into it. And then once there's a layer of marker over it, it locks the pencil. So it's protected once that layer is over it. Definitely not the fastest, sexiest process, but it's the beautiful thing about traditional. Very meditative and peaceful working this way. Whoops, I got his eye. That'll be grounds for whiteout later. Very good. Plug these back in. Sousa says, you are really inspiring, Stephen. I'm at the beginning of my art journey. I've been watching uncontrollably your videos, streams, and tutorials. Well, thank you so much. But I do hope that you can keep it at least somewhat under control. I appreciate it. So in an area like the tongue, as we have it indicated here, there's no real graphite work on the inside, so here it doesn't matter if we streak, because there's just not a lot of graphite to take with us. Still gonna dot around a bit in some places to imply the shininess of the tongue. We can always get that back with white pencil, of course. Getting that venom purple in there. Some of the glittery spaces between the marker dots. Honestly, now you could probably streak a bit. Because now the first layer of marker will have sealed a lot of the pencil. I like kind of the feeling that these tendrils actually like loop, you know, they're not just complete, it's like they connect from one side to the other. I like that. It's like symbiote moving from one side of the body to the other. I don't hate it. We still doing this? Yeah, drawings take a long time, you impatient fox. You impatient fox. All right. I'm trying to remember. I think I did try something different. So we did C5. I think I'll do a little more shading with a C7. Now I don't have to dot anymore, I can streak. And then I'll put some black ink over it and then a white pencil, yada, 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 yada. Do you ever get angry when a drawing didn't turn out how you wanted it to? That's my secret, Albion. I'm always angry. Have you ever drawn Carnage? No, but I would probably just draw him like this, but red. Draw Venom and Carnage kissing. You have a depraved mind, don't you? There's definitely something here that I like in all of the low contrast pencil work that's hiding under the markers, but I don't want to rush it. There's something I like, but I can tell I can't rush it. And we're at the tail end of a casual 7-hour sketchbook session, so I think I'm gonna start leaving it here. And then I can keep poking at this in another session where I'm not gonna rush it. The mind is willing, but the body is weak. I can feel my vision going blurry, being like 7 hours staring at screens and white paper. Everything's starting to go a little blurry. Not a little, very blurry. Under 5-hour videos from Zapata are considered short-form content? You're goddamn right. You're goddamn right. Maybe it is better to start with the darker markers. It's possible. Because it depends what your appetite for subtlety is. What's your appetite for your pencils disappearing under your marker wash? Mine's pretty high appetite for that. The lower contrast it gets, the more I'm like, ooh yeah, that's an opportunity for a second pass, you know? Basic Syphilis with the $5 donation. Thank you so much. Thank you. Steven, nice Venom drawing. Been kicking back and messing around in my sketchbook for the past 40 minutes. Here's some coffee change for the baby. Thank you so much. I'm just out here busking. I got my hat out. I'm drawing. People are drawing right along with me. Basic Syphilis just did 40 minutes. Ooh, throws a little coffee change into the hat. Some coffee change for the baby. Pure, uncut Colombian coffee for the baby. Piping hot, scalding hot. Just like my baby boy likes it. He ingests. His eyes go pure brown. The whites disappear into a caramel ocean. He's distant, far away, in lands unknown. I smile. The quest begins. He vibrates, levitates. There is a great whooshing sound, as if of something terrible approaching. There is darkness, only darkness. A feeling of perfect home. I wake up. I'm in bed. He's in his bassinet next to me. He's peaceful. He is asleep. I remember nothing. I remember nothing. Does your son also smoke? He might have retroactive European genes that are reappearing. No retroactive European genes. The straight out of the jungle Colombian genes have superseded all other genetics in the mix. Yeah, this is a fun way to work. You just react to like every little edge in the sort of net of marker smudges that you made. It's another opportunity to do my favorite thing, just find little forms. Like I said 20 minutes ago, it's the kind of work you don't want to rush. That's why I stopped 20 minutes ago. Definitely didn't do what I always do, which is say that I'm going to stop. And then I'm tired after hours of drawing. Then find myself blowing through just saying that shit for no reason, and I'm still here drawing. Definitely not. I would never do that. I like the white pencil over marker, although I've never enjoyed using white pencil. What is this one made of? This is a pastel white pencil. Looks like General's. You can see here. General's pastel chalk. I almost never use regular wax-based colored pencils like Prismacolors and stuff like that. I'll always prefer an oil-based colored pencil like a Polychromos, or a pastel-based colored pencil. I find it stays down pretty well. It's not too fugitive. You just need to be definitive with it, because you can't put that much down unless you're on like a pastel or a charcoal paper. It'll only take a few strokes before the surface gets packed. But I'm fine with that. At this point in the process, I only need a few little hatches, a few little taps to imply some forms. You could always use like paint. Put a little gouache on a brush.
I like some artists imply like the white of Venom's eyes like comes off his head. I've always liked that. Let's put like a little shadow under it in some places to make it look like it's casting a shadow. Pop it off. I always thought that was a cool abstract idea. Steven, how do I develop more patience while doing my artwork? I think Insta and TikTok shorts made me a bit too impatient. They definitely have. But the real trick is not to develop patience, but to develop joy and fun while doing the work. Then you won't need patience. You'll just want drawing to take a long time because that means that you'll be able to spend more time in that glorious treasure realm. The trick is that a lot of people don't know that that's a thing that can be developed, but it can be, you know? So you just need to develop that. That's better than developing patience on its own, which I'm not sure you can do, really. You know, we all have our temperaments. What you do is you make it funner and funner and funner. And then it'll happen on its own, you know? Drawing for me is like swimming in a warm sea of pure opium. You know? I don't need some great amount of grit to do it a lot. I come back to it naturally because it just feels great. Like I said, a treasure room. It's better than most things. I'm happy to be there. Oh my God, this is wicked cool. I stepped out for a moment and it's already looking 100%. Thank you. Yeah, that's why I was yelling at the impatient people in chat earlier. Omar. It's like when you've got a step like that marker step where you need to go really, really slow. In most processes where you have a really slow step like that in traditional, it's always worth it because then the steps that come after go really quick and they make it look great. It's like a trade-off. It's like those slow steps set the foundation that makes the rest of it easy. How, oh no, Mako didn't respond. Yeah, see, I've got the opposite problem, right? I'm over here saying like, all right, I don't want to rush this step, so I'm gonna step away for the day. But then because, you know, I've already been going for 7 hours, forget impatience, it's just like, because drawing is just a warm opium acid trip for me, it's like weirdly, even though I want to stop, like I'm tired and and I know it would be the smart thing to stop. I'm just like, just unless I rip away, I'm gonna get sucked in, you know? Especially working traditional, doing anatomical flows. Like this is the real warm opium for me, you know? It's a little easier. It's easier to rip away when it's digital, you know, or I'm doing something that I don't have the deep grooves for as much, but this, my bread and butter, it's like, fuck. Make it fun as hell and you'll be just fine. Let's see if we sneak in. I do like the cyans in Venom as well. Let's see if we, does this have juice in it? Can we sneak any cyans in here? A little bit more color variety. Ooh, that's quite strong. If I'm not careful with that, that'll get overpowered. Even that one spot is quite noticeable. Kind of makes it look like an oil slick, which I don't hate. Possibilities. Pregnant with possibilities. Okay. Okay, meaning just one more thing. Can be a subtle fear. It's like, I want to leave it in a good place because what if I never come back to it, you know? It's just a sketchbook drawing after all. Sorry that the camera is all hair right now. Let me zoom out a little, slide this over to the right. Okay, usually here I can get, here I can get detail and not get my whole head blocking the shot. God damn it, drawing is the best. Drawing is the best. It's not even close. Drawing is the best. El mejor. Santori Boss. He's the boss of them all. Since 1994. I can see Slurpin hiding and grinning behind Venom. Slurpin!
It is I, the invincible Slurpin. Foolish Stave. You cannot defeat my master, Steven. We will destroy you, Stave. In the name of I, Slurpin.
Who's that, Steven? It's Slurpin! Slurpin, Slurpin. Anyway. Oh, I busted this pen. What is that? Did I break the tip? Or did I just get debris on it? Really not sure. Might have busted it.
It is I, Slurpin the Slurptacular.
That was your idea, not mine. If that's gross, that was on you.
It was none other than Slurpin the Spectacular. Come here, Stave. I'm gonna slurp ya.
What?
Kill ya. Shit. What did I say? Come here. Let me get to slurping. Who am I kidding? We're all Steves here.
Also, I think this is your longest strictly drawing stream so far. No, there's definitely ones where I've gone like, I've definitely done 8 before. Oh my God, yeah, we cracked 7. Classic laid back 7-hour sketchbook session. I am ending it there. I have a son. I have a son. Let us not forget. I'm going to go relieve my wife of her duties, help scrounge up some dinner. Yes, there's our Venoms. There's Venom number 2. We could pick up on him some other time. He was a lot of fun. Fun experiment. Fun experiment for how to layer the markers and the chalk and all that. I had fun doing him. And there's the first Venom from the stream. Venom 1, Venom 2. This one a little bit more graphic. Some would say a little bit more comic booky. And this Venom a little bit softer, going for more low contrast, longer process. More room to like really model everything on that one, I would say. This one, it's like, I already like juiced the contrast early on. I kind of can't push it much further. Whereas the other one, with the process that I put on it, it's kind of set up for like, I could spend as long on it as I want. Which is like, you know, depends what you're doing. Depends what you're doing, which of those is what you want. Thank you for watching today, everybody. If you're still drawing today, happy drawing. Glad to have had you with me here today, Mr. Rogers, etc. This is a lot of fun. I do love doing this. I'm always very gratified to hear that these streams being on makes people sit and draw, pick up the pencil, even on days where they thought they weren't going to pick up the pencil. I love that. That really feels like I'm contributing to the great lineage of art. So I'm very happy. I want to thank you for your practice today. Thank you for drawing. If you like this, you want to support the channel, consider the Patreon. $5, you get in the Discord, a bunch of Patreon-only audio that's backed up on there. You don't get kicked off the Discord once you stop contributing. So even if you only sign up for a month, you do get to stay in the Discord, just so you know. I don't kick people out. It makes it easier for me to imagine continuing doing this regularly forever. The support really, maybe I don't say it a lot, but the support does really make this stuff kind of possible. The courses, the Patreon. Because there's absolutely some near alternate future where I'm like, shit. I really got to be taking more jobs to make more money for my kid for his uncut Colombian coffee. And unfortunately, when I take jobs, I disappear. You know, and commercial art jobs are very hard and time consuming, so it's just unrealistic that I would do those and stream regularly and have a family. So your support does mean a lot. When I say that it really matters for the support of these streams and keeps them going, I mean it. Just putting some more definitive hatches around on this guy. He's so dark, it's like drawing on a blackboard. There's our Venoms. All right, folks. Oh, thanks again. Good, casual 7-hour sketchbook stream. Take care. And don't forget that the courses are on sale for Black Friday through December 1st. Again, that's the craziest way to support me, and you'll learn a lot. Form for Imagination is up to $100 off. Design Fundamentals is 10% off. Go check them out. The links are in the description of this video. Is this even guitar? I don't know. Once again, thank you for being here, and I will see you all very soon. Goodbye to Autumn Rose. Goodbye to Jojo. Goodbye to A25, User, Doobadoo, Woofo, Nifty Nozzle, Art by Manus, Jesus, The Comeback, 2-0, Girl Bard, Kyokusei, Autumn Rose, Aladdin, Nifty Nozzle, 2-0. Anybody who I doubled up, I'm putting it in the ledger. Not to say goodbye to you next time. A streamer abandons community for family. That's like the headline for every streamer's life. Peace, folks.